All-Star Show.
Oh, where are they?
47.
What?
They're on 47.
They already left. You gotta be. Fortunately, yes.
Would you like a sticker?
Yes, please. Thank you.
There's the answer. That's them. She probably
Allie, give it 6 months after you break up with Matt.
Yes, I do balls. But also, they don't care.
Gano'n yung slava. Gano'n yung slava. Gano'n yung slava. Gano'n yung slava.
Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації!
Смерть ворогам!
Слава нації!
Смерть ворогам!
Слава нації!
Смерть ворогам!
Україна!
Понад усе!
Україна!
Понад усе!
Україна!
Понад усе!
Путін!
Хуйло!
Путін!
Хуйло!
Путін!
Хуйло!
Русский корабль!
Іди нахуй!
Русский корабль!
Іди нахуй!
Русский корабль!
Іди нахуй!
Сейчас дизайн смотрите. Ну, они, конечно, publicity выиграли полностью уже. Ну, потому что все сейчас через интернет, а это...
Some lady sitting over there, so she's looking, you know.
Я уже на стул встала, я уже на стул. Вот смотри, послушай, я в желтой куртке, я периодически машу, и ты меня увидишь, я на стуле стою, ты меня увидишь. Там Сваровский написано, Чикаго, Сваровский, American Eagle, вот это вот.
Bring tyranny not only to their neighbors. Putin has started by destroying freedom in his own country. By destroying freedom. He doesn't understand what that means to be.
Душевно.
Get this at home power. He understands only. And now of all people in Russia as well. They need to chance. They are the only one who can and who must destroy their regime. No one will do that. We will help them, but they are the one who have to do that. The representative of the community that is brutal, who are killed, who are tortured. I want to give word to one of our friends from LGBT community of New York. We are all in. Hi everybody, I am a queer person from Moscow. Embarrassed, angry, ashamed that my country is doing something like this to Ukraine. Putin doesn't care for human life, he doesn't care for violence, he destroys exactly. We need to protect democracy in Ukraine. We need to protect the LGBTQ community in Ukraine because we know that queer people are always the first ones who suffer in war and suffer from the hands of authoritarian regimes. So to protect Ukrainians, protect democracy, protect LGBTQ community and the whole world, and even Russian people who are victims of their government. We have to close the sky. We have to put more pressure on Putin that his people in his own circle, because it's either the world or it's Putin. Thank you very much. Close the sky! 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 Close the
Free Ukraine! Ukraine! Everybody! Ukraina! 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 People of the world, I'm not only talking to United States, I'm not only talking about Ukraine. Ukraine united entire world. Let's remember. Let's remember. And what we fight for are equal rights and freedom. We didn't get here by killing each other. We got here by being smart, by opening borders, by people able to do work. We are living in a 2020 age. I cannot deal with a dictatorship and no freedom of speech when we have all these computers, when we travel to moon, when we plan the trip to Mars, guys, and we can't get along on one Earth. We're all equal here, guys. One person who's guys, he's standing against and nobody can find a way to calm him down. He wants his people to be under his regime. He doesn't want his people to develop. The reason why we're here today, Ukrainian country was developing really well. and we were going towards European Union. He couldn't stand that our boys stand that our people were doing IT. He couldn't stand that Ukraine was developing more and more just across the border. It's a shame. It's a shame we're here today. But the good stuff that's coming out of it, the world started understanding. The world started standing with us together for freedom. We want to live our life in peace on our land. Each of us has our land, has our tradition. Be respectful of each other. 2020, the way Ukraine handling this, so proud. I'm proud of Ukraine. This with such a dignity and such a strength. To all of you for supporting us, because we are fighting good against evil. He's sending these young boys, sending these young boys to die for what? For nothing. Guys, please, by me saying stand with Ukraine, I mean stand for freedom. I mean stand for democracy. Be free. Be diplomatic. Respect each other, guys. That's what we're learning. That's what we're learning from Ukrainian conflict, from Ukrainian war. Shouldn't be the way we learn these things. But this was an eye-opener for many of us. Ukraina! 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 Guys, as it's already been said many times, but please reach out, see what you can do. Right now, we have a waiting game, guys. What we need to do in Ukrainian war, we need to stay strong. And by that, I mean we need some kinds of supplies, okay? It's not just people. We need ammunition. We need gloves, pants, everything for the people to stand. So thank you so much. Please see what you can do. No more war! 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 No more war!
No more war! No more war! No more war! No more war! No more war! No more war! No more war! No more war!
No more war!
Putin has created a lot of enemies of his regime all over the world. First it was people of Moldova, then Ukrainians. So, a word. I would like to give a word to one of our friends from Georgian community. Please welcome him.
I represent the Georgian Community Organization in the United States, it's Estonia Association. I just wanted to say some words to you. Is that okay?
Where are with you guys?
Are taking place on the land of friends, strategic partner, a friendly nation of Ukraine. People are dying, cities and villages are being bombed. The country's infrastructure is being destroyed. The international coalition of the Georgian diaspora and its member organizations joins the world communities, and we call all community organizations to join us in our mission to promote and demand peace and safe sky above Ukraine. Today the whole world is watching the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the agenda of the world leaders begins with the news from Ukraine. The fact is that despite everything, Russia's invasion of the country means that Russia prefers to pursue its real so-called value-based foreign policy, culminating in the August of 2008 war. These days, the events are unfolding in Ukraine with a similar scenario of August 2008, and it causes great sorrow in us, Georgians, because the victims of this scenario today are our brotherly Ukrainian nation and our country's strategic partner state, Ukraine. Of Georgian diaspora organization and any of its manifestations, we see only negotiations as a way to resolve any conflict, and we see the safe and stable department of countries only in good neighborhoods. Therefore, the call for full solidarity and call on the Russian these hostilities, which has already resulted in casualties and destruction. The occupation of the territories of neighboring countries contradicts the rules and norms accepted in the civilized world in the 21st century. The world wars that took place in the 20th century should not be repeated today. Today is the day when Ukrainian children are not playing, are not laughing, are not enjoying their happiness to play with their parents. Today is the day when Ukrainian children are crying and are terrified from the bombs and rockets falling from the unprotected sky above the Ukraine. We need to stop the deaths falling from the sky. We need to close the sky. We are demanding this from everyone who is in charge of this. Stop Russia!
Stop Russia!
Хай живе Україна! Слава героям! Слава Україні! Каумарджос Україна! Stand
with Ukraine!
Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine!
Can I please ask you to a bit spread, because people who are standing there, they don't hear anything. Please just spread a bit, please. So the sound can move. The sound can move. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey! Hey! Ми з тобою, Україна! 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 Hey! We all know this tragedy that happened in hundreds of thousands of Jews were killed in a place called Babin Yar. And several days ago, a missile destroyed that place again. Holy place for all people, civilized people. Russian regime is destroying city of human. For those who don't know, this is a holy place for Jewish community as well. It is horrible. It is horrible that Russian propaganda says are fascists and Nazis, but Russia destroys places of memory, holy places of a Jewish community. It is horrible, but we are civilized people and we stand for everything. We accept everyone, and we stand with all the world. Right now, I would like to give a word to a representative of a Jewish community, because we understand the pain of Jewish people this moment, and they support and understand us. Please welcome.
Thank you. I'm Rabbi Joy Levitt, and I stand with you as the Jewish community stands with all Ukraine. Today, we are all Ukrainians.
Yes.
We stand as rockets fall in Ukraine, civilians are targeted, forced to live in subways, food or medicine. We stand here together. That this madness stop and that the people of Ukraine be permitted to determine their own fate and to continue to strengthen their democracy. I stand here today particularly because I am a Jew and I carry in the soul of my being, my heart and my mind, the saddest truth, that the world stood silent while millions of my people were slaughtered by the We mean never again will the world stand silent while innocent people are murdered in their sleep. Rockets fell this week only steps away from the Babin Yar Memorial, which contains the mass grave of 34,000 Jews who were killed when it was under Nazi occupation. Babin Yar is sacred ground, an ever-present reminder of the capacity of human beings allowed to flourish. As Natan Sharansky, the great freedom fighter who is now chair of the Babin Yar Memorial, currently being built, said this week, Putin's attempt the Holocaust in order to justify an illegal invasion is disgusting. It is symbolic that he begins the offensive in Kiev with a strike on the territory of Babin Yar, the greatest crime of the Nazis. Today, we are not Jews, Christians, Muslims. We are human beings refusing to be silent. Today, we say never again means never again. And we give strength to one another and our sisters and brothers fighting for their lives with the words of another son of Ukraine, Rabbi Nachman of Bratslav, who wrote, "The whole world is a narrow bridge. The important thing is not to be afraid. Be clear about goodness and kindness and generosity. The important thing is to continue to stand up to the thing is to find our voice and to remind the world that silence is not an option. Silence is not an option.
Silence is not an option. Silence is not an option. Silence is not an option. Silence is not an option. Silence is not an option. Silence is not an option. Silence is not an option. Silence is not an option.
Please, everyone, to keep a spirit, can you pull up your phone? And the word of the song we're gonna sing together is Тарас Петрененко, Україна. Будь ласка, приєднуйтеся. Будь ласка, я хочу, щоб ці слова у своєму телефоні. Я хочу сказати. Right now, the world is changing so fast in front of our eyes. This is true. I've never thought in my life I'm gonna see that happening. But right now, world is changing. A new future is different. Right now, is sheltering the whole world right now. It's not easy to break Ukrainians. Look what we see all over the world. All Ukrainians, the spirit that is coming from Ukraine is incredible. Let's support. I have lots of friends in Ukraine and they don't know what to do. They don't know what the future they have in front of them. So please, let's keep our spirit. We will rebuild our Ukraine. We will rebuild every single street. We will rebuild every single building. And we will keep our Ukraine. And we will be happy there. And we will be hugging our beloved people, our friends and family. Будь ласка, співайте зі мною. Дороги іншої не треба, поки зорить юнацький шлях. Я йду від тебе і по золотих твоїх стежках. Мені не можна не любити, тобі не можна не цвісти, лиш доти варто в світі жити, поки ти, Україно, Україно, після далечі доріг, вірне серце твого сина я кладу тобі до ніг, тобі до ніг, бо ми кохаєм донестями і ще Боже нашими серцями спалим тисячі сердець. Україно, Україно, після далечі доріг, вірне серце твого сина я кладу тобі до ніг, кладу до ніг. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Please, no fly zone over Ukraine!
No fly!
No fly zone!
No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! I would like to say some words, and I would like our armed forces are the heroes right now. So let's support them and scream, glory to armed forces! 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 Glory to armed forces!
Glory to armed forces! Glory to armed forces!
Glory to armed
Let our president, everyone, please send your positive vibes and your support to our president. This is how a president of the future should look. Stand with Ukraine and with our president. We're wishing him the best. We are so happy to have him right now.
Zelensky! 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 Our president is a leader, indeed. Example, what a real to behave. We are all Ukrainians, and I want right now to say in Ukrainian, Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Слава нації!
Україна! Слава ЗСУ! Слава, слава, слава! Слава ЗСУ! Слава, слава, слава! Слава ЗСУ!
Слава, слава, слава!
Любі українці, попрошу вас трошки розступитися. Чули, аби... Так, і можемо трошки плакати опустити, щоб колонки... Бажаю здоров'я, любі українці! Саме так вітає українців наш президент кожен день. Саме так в Україні зараз вітаються всі люди. Не тільки військові, а й звичайні громадяни. Кожен день цієї кривавої війни забере десятки, сотні українських життів. Діти, жінки, чоловіки, ворогу все одно. Ворог розстрілює дітей з їх батьками в машинах, в їх будинках. Ворог гвалтує наших дівчат. Ворог не знає поняття моралі. Ворог не знає етикету війни. Ми воюємо не просто з окупантами, ми воюємо з всесвітнім злом, з кривавими терористами. Вони заслуговують жорстку смерть. Ворог вже слабкий. Ворог несе катастрофічні для нього втрати. Тисячі окупантів-русистів вже вбито.
10 тисяч.
Це вкотре можна захищати свій дім, своїх дітей, свою землю, свою країну. У нас сильна армія. Слава Збройним силам України! Слава! України! Слава! 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 Так буде і надалі. Разом нас багато, нас не подолати. Разом нас багато, нас не подолати. Ми не зупинимось. Захищатимемо нашу країну до перемоги. Душу й тіло ми положимо за нашу свободу. І в ті складні часи ми, українці Нью-Йорку, об'єднались разом. Так само, як і українці по всьому світу з однією метою – допомогти нашій країні. Ми маємо залишатись єдними. Ми маємо залишатись сильними, аби допомагати нашим бійцям і громадянам, які зараз там втрачають своє життя на полі бою. Ми маємо продовжувати боротися. Закрило небо, аби Сполучені Штати закрило небо. No fly zone! 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 No fly No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! Не зупиняємось! Не зупиняємось! Продовжуємо робити все можливе! Продовжуємо боротись! Батьківщину за перемогу! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Україна! Понад усе!
Иди нахуй! Иди нахуй! Хуйло! Хуйло!
These were the wise words, both of those words. We all know where a Russian ship must what Putin is. I can't even tell that he's human right now. Right now, fellow Ukrainians, we're not alone in this battle, but we once again to hear what we want and we demand from the world to create no-fly zone. 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 Horrible atrocities are going on right now. But we never have to forget that we are human. Remember that we, even though our enemies are stronger, with us. God is with us. And we will be strong. We have no other choice. We will be stronger tomorrow. And we will win. 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 I want to. I was told that today at St. Patrick's Cathedral, a cross, a holy cross, will be brought from Ukraine. And it's vital for us, for those who want, for those who believe, to show support, because spirit is something that helps us to stand. Spirit, regardless of the religion, is something that will help us to win. Spirit is something that is inside. Don't forget about spirit during the times of darkness, because that will bring us.
Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Українці! Americans support no-flight zone. 74% of Americans support no-flight zone. No-flight zone! No-flight zone! No-flight zone! No-flight zone! No-flight zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! Це вкотре доказує, це вкотре доводить, що підтримують закриття українського неба. 74% американців підтримують закриття українського неба і 81% підтримує нові санкції проти Росії. Ми не маємо зупинятись, ми маємо добитись, аби вони нам закрили небо. Це зараз питання життя або смерті. No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone!
No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone!
There are a lot of things going on today, but let's not forget about the greatest weapon that we have is our soul.
Yes!
Let's not forget about this. And to support our spirits, I would like to give a word to a singer from Georgia who will sing a very beautiful song about standing.
Hello. Thank you so much. My heart's beating very fast. My heart is racing right now. This is amazing what I'm seeing. Thank you all for standing here for Ukraine. All nationalities. We're always with Ukraine. In war and in peace. We will be together for the bright future. Together we stand. Divided we fall. So I want to sing one song that is very close to me in Ukrainian language. Thank you so much. Please.
Yeah, I'm like way in the front by this. It's fine. We can catch up later. I don't want to
Слава Україні! Що ж це я не зумів зупинити це вчасно. Все ясно. За мною пісня не йди. Вийди від мене. Я налию собі, я налию тобі вина. А хочеш із медом. Софія, ти взяла моє життя і не віддала. Софія, ти випила мою кров і п'яною пала. Твої очі клечуть, хочуть мене, ведуть за собою. Софія, ким би не була ти, я не здамся без бою. Я не здамся без бою. Що ж це я не зумів зупинити тебе сьогодні такою без тебе сумую без тебе. Я налию собі, я налию тобі вина, хочеш із медом. Софія, ти взяла моє життя і не віддала. Софія, ти випила п'яною пала. Твої очі плечуть, хочуть мене, ведуть за собою. Софія, ким би не була ти, я не здамся без бою. Я не здамся. Guys, слава Україні! Героям слава!
No, it's New York City.
Героям слава! Я налию собі, я налию тобі вина, хочеш із медом. Come on, guys, together!
Wait, so
Моє життя і не віддала. Софія, ти випила мою кров і п'яною пала. Твої очі плечуть, хочуть мене, ведуть за собою. Софія, ким би не була ти, себе твою. Together! Себе твою. One more time. Я не здамся без бою. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Без бою. Always and forever.
Громадо! Я хочу надати слово людині. Хоче сказати нашій армії, наших героїв. Будь ласка, аплодисменти. На мені кашкет зараз Володимира Загребельного. Він пройшов АТО. Він мені колись дав в Києві. Зараз Володимир Загребельний офіцер, який сидить в штабі в Києві. Тому я би просив, крім слава Україні, завжди України слава! ЗСУ слава! Тобто це повинно бути на кожному мітингу. Тому тільки ЗСУ захищає нас зараз. Так само хочеться подякувати багатьом американським військовим конструкторам, які зробили ці Збройні Сили України. Силам України тричі слава! 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 ЗСУ! Слава! Слава! Слава ЗСУ! Слава, слава, слава! Those were wise words. But despite everything, the whole world now is watching us. The whole world sees that we Ukrainians are together, that we are united. We our government, we are together with each other. We are together with our armed forces, and we are together with the world. We are all together in this fight. We are together in this fight with different countries. People from Kazakhstan, people from Belarus, people from Georgia, people from all over Europe, people from United States support us. But we demand more. We demand more. People from Poland, great thanks to people from Korea, China, yay, the whole world. And now we need all the people to hear what we demand, and we demand what? No fly zone! 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 Слава Україні! Слава Україні! Що ми бачимо сьогодні? Вчора Путін нам погрожував війною, потім він зайшов в нашу країну своїми військами, вбиває наших дітей, наших сім'ї, бомбить український народ. Сьогодні, вчора він погрожував нам ядерною зброєю, сьогодні він вже займається ядерним тероризмом. Путін продовжує тероризувати весь світ. І тепер, this is not just a business of Ukraine, and Putin must be stopped. Putin will be stopped.
Yes.
Yes. All Ukrainians demand right now.
Stop the war! Stop the war!
No fly zone! 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 Світ має зрозуміти, Україна зараз це не просто країна, яка воює з Росією. Щит, вона прикриває собою. Ukraine is a shield for the entire world from Russia. And that is why we need a no-fly zone, because we are protecting you right now from Russian aggressor. No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone! Times Square! Look! Слава Україні! Україна! 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 Слава ЗСУ! It is a great meeting today. A lot of people, a lot of supporters. Now, we stand here together. And we will win, because we have no other choice. We will win because the whole world is looking at us. We will win because the world is helping us. We will win because we have no other choice. We fight for every man, woman and child in the world. But as always,
guys, back up a little bit to
as
make the
always,
flag bigger. Back up, back up,
we
back
demand
up.
more.
Але я тут прапор розстріляю.
So, once again, Let us say, what do we demand? No-fly zone! 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 No-fly. Putin regime has brought atrocities all over the world. There are people who want to stand and to share their stories. So all the world understand that there is no chance we can keep silent right now, because silence is a crime. We know that silence is a crime. So please, another speaker from Kazakhstan.
I'm surprised how many people are still having good time in New York while someone is dying just 10-hour flight from here. I'm surprised how someone can go to the restaurant, dance, laugh, stay aside while the big crime is happening right now on the same planet. We get used to. We think what we can do. I'm just single individual and we keep silence. Every single silence accumulates to the huge. How many of us today here? 1,000? 2,000? Which is 0.025% of 8.5 million population of New York. And this is country where people do not have a treat to be detained for speaking up. We get used to stay aside little by little. We don't notice anymore hungry, homeless, punished, unprotected. We have this every day. What's wrong with us people?
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, my fellow Ukrainians and Americans and people of the world, there is a very beautiful song that the whole world knows right now. Let us sing the national anthem of Ukraine. Yay! Let's go. You all know the words.
Ні слава, ні воля, ще нам, браття українці, усіх не ця доля. Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці. Запануєм і ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Слава Україні! Слава Україні! Слава Україні!
Дуже дякуємо. Так.
Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Я хочу щось. Hands off Everyone! Right now, Ukraine is inspiring the whole world. Just because how united we are all over the world. not just in Ukraine. Everyone do what they can. This is incredible. I think the world haven't seen this energy for a long, long time. Let's admit we needed that. The world needed that. And unfortunately, this energy, this light, this freedom, this peace, this strength is coming from Ukraine. At what cost? We all know our hearts and our souls are there with those people, with my friends and family who are texting me, sending voice messages, crying and asking, please, right now, they're bombing. Can you be with me right now, this moment? Just say something. Say something to me that I can feel that there is something else in this world. Not just the war, that there are people there, that they hear us. So, at what cost is going? But we have to remember, we have to keep the spirit of our country. We have to understand how important the mission of Ukraine is right now. We have to remember that. The whole world is changing because of Ukraine. So, please God, give us strength, give us freedom, give us peace, and please, people all over the world, help us. Please, close sky over Ukraine. 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 Close sky over Ukraine.
Вже другий раунд пройшов переговорів. Вони нам обіцяли, ворог нам обіцяв гуманітарні коридори. Стріляють по людям в цих гуманітарних коридорах. Достатньо, досить говорити з ворогом. Це війна, це не переговори, це не балачки. Чому НАТО продовжує говорити and send us prayers? We need ammunition. We don't need a ride. We need our sky to be closed. We need a no-fly zone. Але наші збройні сили, героїчні збройні сили захищають Україну. У нас найсильніша армія. І люди, українці, вірте в нашу армію. Не падайте духом. У нас сильна армія, ми справимось. Ми виграємо цю війну. За нами буде перемога. Станом на сьогоднішній ранок 10 тисяч московицьких окупантів вже вбито. 40 літаків, 40 гелікоптерів, 270 танків, майже 1000 броньованих машин. І більше це всього лише 10 днів. 10 днів цієї кривавої війни наша армія героїчно захищає нашу країну. Вірте в нашу армію, вірте в українську армію. Слава ЗСУ! Слава, слава, слава! Слава ЗСУ! Слава, слава, слава! Слава ЗСУ! Слава, слава, слава! На захист України встали не тільки громадяни, на захист України встали не тільки Збройні сили, територіальна оборона, на захист України встали відомі люди в Україні. Брати Кличко, яких знає весь світ, зараз захищають Київ. Всі українці, які зараз там, захищають нашу країну. Наша збірна, наші українці, наші спортсмени, всі взяли зброю і захищають. І це означає, що ми всі зараз єдні. Ми всі разом. Ми всі переможемо. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Я хочу зараз дещо сказати. Давайте зараз помолимося за тих, кого з нами фізично вже нема, але котрі ніколи не помруть, бо герої не вмирають. Будь ласка.
Україно, свята мати героїв, зійди до серця мого, прилинь бурею вітрів кавказьких, шумом карпатських ручаїв, боїв славного завойовника батька Хмеля, тріумфом і гуком гармат революції, радісним гомоном софійських дзвонів. Нехай душа моя в тобі відродиться, славою твоєю опроміниться, бо ти присвята все життя моє, бо ти все щастя моє. Задзвени мені брязкотом кайданів, скрипом шибенець в понурі ранки. Принеси мені зойки катованих у льохах, у тюрмах і на засланнях. Щоб віра моя була гранітом, щоб росла завзяття міць, щоб сміло йшов я в бій, так як ішли герої за тебе, свята, за твою славу, за твої святі ідеї, щоб помстити ганьбу неволі, потоптану честь, глум катів твоїх, невинну кров помордованих дітей твоїх, величну смерть героїв української нації і тисяч інших незнаних нами, що їх кості порозкидані або тайком поховані. Спали вогнем життєтворчим цю кволість у серці моєму. Страху нехай не знаю я. Не знаю, що таке вагання. Скріпи мій дух, загартуй волю, у серці замешкай моєму. Зрости мене до ясних чинів, для тебе в чинах нехай знайду я смерть, солодку смерть у муках за тебе, і розплинуся в тобі, та вічно житиму в тобі. Відвічна Україно, свята, могутня і соборна, сьогодні український народ та українська армія засвітила на цілу землю, як супернова у галактиці. Як наповнюється навесні ріка ручаями, так і різні народи помагають нам у нашій визвольній боротьбі. Так як вода навесні спливає, змиває весь бруд землі, так наша армія викидає ворога з нашої святої землі. З нами Бог, з нами Дух Святослава, Богдана Хмельницького, Мазепи, Виговського, вождя Євгена Коновальця, Степана і всіх незнаних героїв. Сьогодні їхній дух війшов у душі наших героїв, наших борців за новітню українську державу. Нехай же Господь Бог і Пресвята Мати, і тисячі ангелів і архангелів оберігають наш народ і приводять наш народ до перемоги. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
З нами Бог і перемога! Слава Україні!
Героям слава! There was a very powerful speech. All speeches are powerful. But our main message today, and for till it is implemented, we demand to create no-fly zone. 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 Українці! Вони казали, що вони не закриють Росію від SWIFT, але ми того добилися, і вони закрили Росію від SWIFT. Зараз вони кажуть, що вони не закриють наше небо, але ми топ'ємося, і вони закриють наше небо. No-fly zone! 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 No-fly zone!
No-fly zone! No-fly zone! No-fly zone!
Люба громадо, я хочу щось сказати, вибачаюся, що скажу російською, але ми, українці, ми приймаємо усяку мову як рідну. Це меседж до тих людей, які зараз живуть у Росії, які повинні стати і перестати боятися, бо це дуже важливо. Россияне, уже который раз мир обращается к вам. Уже который раз мы пытаемся вам объяснить, что это не война, Это не освободительная операция, это геноцид. Это геноцид нашего народа. Россияне, откройте глаза. Путин — это не Россия. Путин — это не вы. Но ваше молчание приводит к смертям. Не молчите, россияне. Выйдите. Одного заберут в автозак, 2 заберут, 100 заберут. Но если вас будут 1000, миллионы, они испугаются и убегут. Поверьте, проверено. Мы проверяли не раз, дважды. И сейчас продолжаем проверять это. И доказывать, что это правда. Не бойтесь, россияне. Мы говорим по-русски. Мы не боимся говорить по-русски. Мы не боимся кого-либо, чего-либо. Мы украинцы. Мы никого не притесняем, мы свободны. И мы боремся и за вашу свободу в том числе. Россияне, не молчите. Молчание смерти подобно. Не молчите. Выходите. Stand with Ukraine!
Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine! Stand with Ukraine!
Russian propaganda is trying to make us look, all Ukrainians, as very bad people, but we are not. We have proven this hundreds, millions of times. And now I would like to give a word to my friends, to a person who is more than a friend. He became our brother, as all of we here are brothers and sisters. He's from this country, but he supports our country because he understands that success of our country is success of all the world, my friend.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all those around the world. We've done this earlier and I want to do it again. I want to give a moment to all of our individuals abroad and here. I want to give everyone a moment of silence. I come here representing not just the Hispanics, but us as a whole, because we are here together in the United States. This is not about race, and this is not about culture. This is about humanity. I want to remind all of our individuals here today and our politicians who are sitting in their office tuning in. We want to remind you that this is a moment to not act with emotion, but to remember to think logically and rationally. We are not only just dealing with the individuals in Ukraine, but we are dealing with everyone around the world. Please remember that our children are our future generations. They will have to pick up the history books and remind themselves what has been happening today, tomorrow, and for the time to come. I want everyone around the world who may think that they are hopeless, you are not. Remember, we have the internet to use as a tool to our advantage. We want to give everyone in 42nd Street, the individuals who put the sign yellow and blue, we all want to give you a thank you. We want to also ask everyone around the world who can, and if it is possible, to also paint your town blue and yellow. Remember, we come here as a whole. We are here together, united. I will leave us with this. Remember when we go home and you're posting up your photos of the protests. Remember, hashtag, stand with Ukraine.
Stand with Ukraine! 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 Stand with Ukraine!
Also, hashtag, no fly zone!
No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone!
послухаємо хвилину пісню, яка вже є майже молитвою теж. І всі подумки в наших серцях помолимося і відправимо любов, світло, мир, наснагу і натхнення нашим солдатам і людям, які зараз сидять у підвалах. І всі разом помолимося і відправимо їм наше світло. Дякую.
За тих, хто загинув, і за тих, хто живий.
Будь ласка. Включіть, будь ласка, пісню. 30 секунд.
This is a very famous Ukrainian song.
Так, хто знає, підспівуйте.
Who knows, please sing. It is our prayer.
Плине кача по тисині, плине кача по тисині. Мамко ж моя, не лай мені, мамко ж моя, не лай мені. Залаєш ми в злу годину, залаєш ми в злу годину. Сам не знаю, де погину, сам не знаю, де погину. Погину я в чужім краю, погину я в чужім краю. Хто ж ми буде брати яму, хто ж ми буде брати яму? Виберуть ми чужі люди, виберуть ми чужі люди. Ці не жаль ти, мамко, буде, ці не жаль ти, мамко, буде. Якби ж мені, синку, не жаль, якби ж мені, синку, не жаль, ти ж на моїм серцю лежав, ти ж на моїм серцю лежав. Плине кача по тисині.
Дякую.
Плине кача по тисині.
Ви знаєте, я хочу зараз сказати, ми всі різного рівня розвитку, і немає різниці, в кого ви вірите, у кого Бог в серці, чи ви вірите, яку релігію ви сповідуєте, немає різниці. В першу чергу ми всі сповідуємо любов тут. І я хочу поділитися з вами маленькими рядками жінки, яка є духовним наставником багатьох людей зараз. Вона розповіла, як вона бачить зараз ці події. Вона пояснила, що сили добра і зла б'ються на українській території. Так, не все нам видно, не все ми можемо осяйнути зараз, але ми маємо вірити. Чому Україна? Тому що ні одна країна у світі не змогла би дати таку сильну енергію єдності, світла, добра і любові. Чому Росія? Тому що краще, ближче територіально і завдяки великій території переварить цей негатив швидше. Чому помирають люди? По контракту душ. Тому що домовились. Тому що домовилися прийти сюди з цією долею, з цією місією. Хай Бог береже їхні душі. і який буде кінець війни, немає різниці, тому що вона написала: війна вже виграна. Світло йде, війна виграна. Вона ще фізично трошки буде, але світло вже, новий світ народився завдяки українцям, завдяки Україні. І весь світ вже дивиться, і весь світ вже приймає цю любов і силу, яка йде від українського народу. Тому, будь ласка, чи ви втратили когось, чи не втратили, чи ви маєте друзів, сім'ю, будь ласка, вірте, це дуже важливо. Вірте, що є місія України великою ціною, але вірте, підтримуйте. Надихайте один одного і будьте сильні для наших воїнів, для наших людей і для всіх нас. Єднаймося, бо ми українці, ми не зламні. Ми не зламні по всьому світу, і де б ми не були, у нас душа один за одного болить, бо ми українці. Будь ласка, весь світ, stand with Ukraine, we need you right now. Stand with Ukraine, 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 stand with Ukraine.
We have a great culture. Ukrainians have great culture. And now this culture is being destroyed by Russians. A lot of things have happened. A lot of people are dead. But our enemy thought that we will be defeated fast. He was wrong. He does not understand Ukrainians. He does not understand that freedom is in our DNA. From the very first day, the very first Ukrainian came to earth, he was free. From the very first day, Ukrainian woman gave birth to Ukrainian child. She was free, and the child was free as well. We live with freedom. We always wanted freedom, and we get our freedom. We are ready to pay high prices, but we will get our freedom. We will get freedom for Ukraine. We will get freedom for other countries as well. Because dictators all over the world, they are strong only when good people keep silent. Silence is a crime right now. Everyone has to understand that. Ignorance is not an option anymore. Not an option. Silence is a crime. 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 Silence is a crime.
Silence is a crime.
Ми тут говоримо зараз про те, що багато з нас знаходять конфлікт в собі між ненавистю до Росії і між любов'ю до українців, до всього світу, до нашої нації. Але у мене питання, чому мала пролитись кров 22 дітей в Україні, аби об'єднати світ? Чому мали загинути сотні, тисячі українців, аби зараз об'єднати світ? Це неправильно в корні. Тиша росіян поховає Росію. Вже поховує. Ми змогли в 2014-му вигнати Януковича, то й росіяни можуть. Вони теж можуть, але вони бояться. І їх страх поховає Росію. Володимир Великий похрестив Росію, Володимир Зеленський її відспіває. Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації! Смерть ворога! Слава нації! Смерть ворога! Слава нації! Смерть ворога! Україна! Понад усе! Україна! Понад усе! Україна! Понад усе! Я хочу надати слово людині, який прислали вірш з Херсона, міста, яке зараз знаходиться в епіцентрі цієї кривавої війни. Нехай увесь світ почує, що наші українці зараз переживають там. Нехай весь світ зрозуміє, що небо треба закривати, що це те потрібно робити зараз.
Я з Херсону, і мені прислали мої діти. Я з Херсону, и мои дети прислали с підвалу вирш. Стих будет на русском языке, чтобы об этом услышали россияне. Я не писатель, не поэт, мне легче говорить на русском, но можно я скажу в ответ, как русская херсонка русским. Я жизнь в Херсоне прожила, политика была по барабану, свои заботы, дом, дела, работа, сериальчик гляну. Но страшным утром февраля мгновение стала украинкой, когда Херсон бомбил, ты, мразь, Антоновку, наш мост, Чаплынку. Ты топчешь грязным сапогом родные улицы и скверы и убиваешь день за днем. Убийцы, нелюди и звери! Тебе, Херсон, не удержать. Нам не нужны твои подачки. Херсонцам нашим наплевать на русский дар под видом жрачки. Мы выдержим, мы устоим. Тебе не растоптать надежду. Иди ты на русский мир. Херсону быть и быть как прежде.
Слава Україні! Слава Україні! Слава Україні! Це дуже потужна зброя, наша єдність. Ми єдині зі всім світом. Але ще раз хочу наголосити, війна – це час, коли усюди ми бачимо занепад, коли горять міста, коли гинуть люди. Страшний час. Але цей час мине. Цей час мине і світло зійде. Ми знаємо це. Бо наш прапор, він жовто-блакитний. Бо зараз наша душа жовто-блакитна. Весь світ жовто-блакитний. Усі дивляться на нас. Усі вболівають за нас. Я хочу надати слово людині, яка підтримає нас духовно. Бо це зараз як ніколи потрібно.
Дорогі друзі, дорогі українці, ми сьогодні зібралися тут, щоб прийти на поміч нашій дорогій матері Україні, нашим воїнам, щоб захистити нашу землю. Так потужна зброя послана нам на поміч в нашу Україну з багатьох держав світу. Але пам'ятаймо, ми християнський народ, і наша зброя – це є молитва до Бога. Україна – це є Божа земля, свята земля. Нас не покине мама, наша пречиста Богородиця Діва Марія. Над нами буде чувати, над нашими воїнами. Чуває Ісус, чуває небесне воїнство. Потужна молитва сьогодні йде від християн, з наших церков, від кожного персонально. І я сьогодні закликаю вас молитися, не богохулити, бо коли ми богохулимо, проклинаємо цими богохульствами, і сьогодні ми наповнюємо нашого ворога, диявола Путіна. І нам треба сьогодні вклякти на коліна у церквах, удома, перед свічкою запаленою до Господа Ісуса Христа і молитися, просити прощення наших гріхів, бо ми багато нагрішили. В нас закривали церкви, нас катував в нас катував режим комуністичний, закривали церкви, не давали молитися нам, відправляли нас по Соловках, по Сибірах. Наша земля всіяна кров'ю, не 1 літ. Нас морили голодомором, але Вірте, що Бог з нами, коли ми будемо молитися, велика сила зійде на кожного воїна і на нашу Україну. Слава Ісусу Христу! Слава Україні! Дивіться, наша зброя – це є наша вервиця. Матір Божа казала колись так, що ми оцією, коли ми будемо відмовляти вервичку, це є наша зброя проти диявола. І цією зброєю ми переможемо сатану. Коли ми не маємо сьогодні зброї, ось наша зброя. Моліться на вервиці, моліться, і буде, коли двоє чи троє зібране в ім'я Боже, там Господь серед нас. Сьогодні багато є свідчень від наших воїнів, які сьогодні не доїли, не доспали в вогні, і вони кажуть, що велика сила йде з неба, яка їх напитує, яка дає їм енергію, дає їм сили побороти цього ворога. Сьогодні молитва поможе і перемогти. Тоді давайте. Хвилинки, я перепрошую. Мені кажуть, що тут є регламент, але я зараз, користуючись нагоди, прошу всіх змовити «Отче наш» за перемогу нашого українського війська над московським окупантом. Во ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Во ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Во ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Отче наш, що єси на небесах, нехай святиться ім'я Твоє, нехай прийде царство Твоє, нехай буде воля Твоя, як на небі, так і на землі. Хліб наш насущний дай нам сьогодні, і прости нам провини наші, як і ми прощаємо винуватцям нашим. І не веди нас у спокусу, але визволи нас від лукавого. Амінь. Богородице Діво, радуйся, благодатна Марія, Господь з тобою, благословенна ти між жінками, і благословенний плід лона Твого, бо ти породила Христа Спаса і Збавителя душ наших. Під Твою милість прибігаєм, Богородице Діво, молитвами нашими в скорботах не погорди, але від бід визволи нас, єдина, чиста і благословенна. Пресвятая Богородице, спаси нас! Пресвятая Богородице, спаси нас! Пресвятая Богородице, спаси нас! Мати всіх християн, молися за нас! Найсвятіше серце Ісуса, помилуй нас, помилуй Україну! Слава Отцю і Сину, і Святому Духові, і нині, і повсякчас, і навіки вічні. Амінь. Дякую всім, хто помолився. І дякую вам.
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Українці, брати і сестри, чуйте мене! Ми пережили Голодомор, Другу світову війну, ми пережили Радянський Союз, але цю війну ми не тільки переживемо, ми її переможемо. Путін зайшов не в ту країну. Путін зайшов в країну, де звичайна жіночка збила дрон банкою з огірками. Де фермер в селі на тракторі вкрав танк. Де люди виходять, не боячись російських окупантів, на вулиці перед танки і БТР. Без зброї, з собою закриваючи атомну станцію, з собою закриваючи Україну. Ми переможемо. Головне, аби нас почули. Нам потрібно зараз закрити небо. No fly zone.
No fly zone! 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 No fly zone!
З нами зараз стоїть весь світ. Весь світ з нами стоїть. З нами стоїть Бог, бо ми це добро, Росія це зло. Росія, окупанти це зло, вони вбивають людей. Тому ми маємо залишатись єдними. Hands off Ukraine!
Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine! Hands off Ukraine!
Having an opportunity to speak to such a beautiful people that I see right now. I would like to thank everyone who took part in organizing this event. I would like to thank Ukrainians in America, Ukrainian Jersey City Association, Ukrainian Running Club, Ukrainians in New York, наші за кордоном, LGBT Diaspora, Razom for Ukraine, Georgian Association, Kazakh Association. Every single person who came here, I thank you. I thank you for this support. I thank you for showing the world what is going on today. Because everyone is a soldier right now. There are no civilians. We all have to stand for our freedom. We all have to stand for Ukraine. And we have to demand to clear the sky. Clear Ukrainian sky.
Clear Ukrainian sky! 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 Clear Ukrainian sky!
Ворог вже слабкий, ворог вже доходить до фіналу. Це буде фінал Росії, це буде фінал цієї окупації, цієї війни і фінал путлерського режиму. Вірте в це, але ми не маємо недооцінювати ворога. Ми маємо продовжувати боротись. Ніякого падіння духом. Ми українці, ми сильна нація, ми переможемо. Ні в якому разі не сумнівайтесь в наших Збройних силах. Наші Збройні сили, наша армія, наша територіальна оборона найсильніші в світі. Найсильніші в всесвіті. Слава ЗСУ!
Слава, слава, слава!
Слава ЗСУ!
Слава, слава, слава!
Слава ЗСУ!
Слава, слава, слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Everyone knows that yesterday Russian military forces tried to bombard the nuclear power plant. The biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, one of the biggest in the world.
Terrorists!
It is a terrorist attack. And if this act will not wake up NATO, if this act will not prove that NATO is in danger, I don't know what has to happen. I don't know. If this station, if this nuclear station will be destroyed, it will be as huge as 10 Chernobyls. I know a lot of people here remember what Chernobyl is. A lot of people have relatives that helped to clear this horrible tragedy. A lot of people have watched the TV series of HBO, which is very close to what happened. You know what it was. People were dying. People were dying from an invisible enemy that is radiation. Radiation has no borders. Let us scream so everyone hears that. Radiation has no borders. 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 Якщо НАТО не прокинеться, то вони прокинуться 2 дні тому Росія напала атомних реакторів в Україні. Найбільша атомна станція у світі. Крило небо до сих пір. Чого вони чекають? Росія може атакувати в будь-який момент ці стратегічні об'єкти і потім буде на переливки всьому світу. Не тільки Україні і Росії. Слава Богу, вітер дує на Росію. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Also, I want you to remember all American people, all American citizens, please help us. Stop buying oil and gas from Russia. This is very important. This is essential. And I want to say my driving here today, he was telling me that lots of American people now speaking up that yes, we are ready for gas and oil for prices to go up, but we want to stop this. So we are so in this we're so not alone. People started realizing, people started supporting us. This is essential. Please stop buying Russian gas and oil. 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 Stop buying Russian gas and oil.
We need to boycott not only gas and oil. We need to boycott all the goods that come from Russia. There are lots of goods that come from Russia. And this will be a powerful message, a powerful weapon, a powerful addition to all the sanctions that were implemented. We have to boycott Russia. Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia.
Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia.
Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia.
Boycott Russia. Boycott Russia.
Yes, we do understand that all those economic sanctions that were implemented, yes, it was hard for global economy. Of course it is hard, but can you imagine the price that world would pay if Putin is not stopped? Ukraine, who will be next? Latvia? Estonia? Who? Who will be next? Germany, Poland? Who will be next? Kazakhstan will be next. All the world will be next. Georgia will be next. Belarus, Moldova will be next. What next? Everyone. No one will be safe. We have to understand that, and we have to bring this message to your representatives, to senators. Write petitions. Tell them what will happen if no things are done. Tell them what will happen if Ukraine will not win, if they do not protect Ukrainian sky. Nuclear catastrophe. Horrible things. Things that will influence every single person worldwide. Can you imagine this? This will be a nuclear holocaust. Nuclear. Something that is horrible. Every single person around the world is in danger because the person who is sitting in his bunker is a madman. There is nothing human inside of him. Nothing. He's a murderer and he is a coward. Putin is a coward, a war criminal. Putin is a coward. Putin is a coward. Putin is a coward. Putin is a coward. Putin is a coward!
Putin is a coward! Putin is a coward! Please, everyone, spread the information. Don't be silent. Talk to people around you. Talk to friends. Talk to your American neighbors. Spread the information what's really going on right now in Ukraine. The more people know that this is not a war, this is a genocide. the more help and support we will have. So we need everyone to speak up right now. And so many people are afraid of the beginning of World War III, which as a human I do understand, but it's already started. It's here. We are facing it. There is no way everyone can believe Putin that he will not do that if NATO won't close the Ukrainian sky. This is not a person you can believe. This is not a person. This is not a politic. This is not a human. So right now we need everyone to speak up and to spread the information. Whatever ways you can, post, talk, share, ask, and please wear your flag wherever you are and spread the information.
I am proud to be Ukrainian, and you have to be proud to be Ukrainians as well. There are no more men and women and children, there are only Ukrainians. We all stand together in this fight, we're all soldiers. Please, social media is a very powerful weapon. It is a weapon of 21st century. Don't underestimate it. Use it. Use it wisely. Use it to spread the Ukrainian spirit all over the internet. Use it to get to those who make decisions. Use it wisely. And don't forget that we are Ukrainians. And united we stand. 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 United we stand.
Put it up, put it up. Цей час, поки лунає пісня, будь ласка, кожен подумайте про людей, яких ви любите. Подумайте про тих, хто там сидить у підвалах, у завалах, про тих, хто бореться. Будь ласка, подумки, пошліть їм віру, пошліть їм любов, пошліть їм світло, підтримку. Усі разом ми непереможні. Усі разом ми сила. Будь ласка.
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава нації! Слава нації! Україна! 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 Разом до перемоги!
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 My friends,
Close the sky! Close the sky!
close the sky!
Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky! Close the sky!
my friends, we all know that Ukraine is a multinational country. We have everyone in our country. We have people from different countries. We have people from different countries in Ukraine. We always have been very friendly. If someone comes in our home, it is a tradition to give food to anyone. When someone comes and asks for help, it is in our blood to help anyone. It is in our blood, in our DNA, to be strong. And we will always be strong. And now, I would like to give you a friendly reminder, please. Don't forget that not only Ukraine is in this fight. People from Kazakhstan who feel oppression every day. People from China who feel oppression every day. People from Korea who are afraid that war will start. People from Taiwan who are afraid that war will start. People from Belarus who have another crazy man who thinks that he's a president. People from Moldova who stand with Ukraine right now. People from Poland who help Ukraine. People from European countries who help Ukraine. People from Georgia. People from Georgia, glorious people from Georgia, who have always helped Ukraine and who have always felt these horrible things that Russia brings, that Russia brought to their soil. There are lots of things that have happened in 9 days. There are lots of things that will happen, but I know that one thing will happen for sure. We will win. 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 We will win.
А я б хотіла трошки скоректувати і сказати, ми вже виграли. Будь ласка, ніякого «well». Ми виграли цю війну! Незалежно від того, скільки часу нам потрібно, щоб відбудувати кожну вулицю, кожен будинок, кожне місто. Ми вже виграли, ми перемогли. Тому що наш дух не зламати. Наш дух не зламати, тому, будь ласка, we won already! We won! We won! We won!
We are winners! We are winners! We are winners! We are winners! We are winners!
We are winners!
Любі мої! Дуже не хочеться, щоб це все завершувалося. Я маю на увазі усі ці люди, які зараз прийшли сюди. Але ми цивілізовані і ми розуміємо, що нам треба співпрацювати з поліцією, яка нам дуже допомагає. Я хочу зараз, щоб всі ми дали аплодисментів NYPD. They are very helpful. Please, let's give our applause to NYPD. Please. І на завершення я хочу сказати, я скажу 3 мовами. Своєю рідною українською, англійською і російською. Нехай всі почують, хто розуміє. Ми тут і ми сильні. Ми в Україні і ми сильні. Ми усюди і ми сильні. Ми вистоїмо. Ми зробимо все. Бо це наша земля. Бо це Україна. Бо це те, що в нашому серці. Бо ми незламні. Бо ми переможці. We will stand for our country. We will stand for our soil. We will stand for our homeland. We will stand for the world. Because the world needs us. Because we have united the world. We have done impossible thing and stopped the enemy. But most of all, we have united the world. And the world has to unite as well around Ukraine. И на русском. Россияне, которые меня слышат, и все русскоговорящие, которые решили, что в Украине кого-то притесняют, посмотрите на нас, посмотрите на наши лица, посмотрите нам в глаза. Посмотрите на тех людей, которые сейчас стоят здесь, которые стоят точно так же во всех городах мира. Посмотрите на нас. Посмотрите на флаги стран, которые возле нас. Посмотрите на тех, кто нас поддерживает. Как вы думаете, кто врет? Подумайте хоть раз и примите решение. Потому что наша победа, вона неминуча. А вот ваше поражение может вам дорого обойтись. Им дорого обойдется. Задумайтесь над этим. Слава Украине!
Героям слава!
Слава Украине!
Героям слава!
Слава Украине!
Героям слава!
Давайте заспіваємо нашу улюблену пісню. Нашого гімн нашої країни. Будь ласка. Це дуже потрібно. Це дуже потрібно всім. Почнемо. Слава нації! Слава нації! Україна! 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 Разом до перемоги!
Разом до перемоги!
Thank you everyone. Thank you for coming today. You're amazing. Thank you. This is not our last rally. We will continue. Please follow us on social media. Bring your friends. Spread the word. Close the sky. Boycott Russia. This is the main thing. Thank you very much. And please, while going wherever you are going, be careful. Police is with us. Police is protecting us. So everything is fine. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini! No fly zone over Ukraine!
No fly zone over Ukraine! No fly zone over Ukraine! No fly zone over Ukraine! No fly zone over Ukraine! No fly zone over Ukraine! No fly zone over Ukraine! No fly zone over Ukraine! No fly zone over Ukraine!
Разом for Ukraine або Ukrainians in New Jersey, будь ласка, social media. Там зможете знайти всю інформацію.
Language is
second I saw you, I'm like,
Like came there around like 6 o'clock and I stayed there till 12. It was loading trucks and loading packages.
Oni sobie rzucili za to rozliczenie było 500 $.
Place across the street.
Путин пидорас!
Да.
Конченый пидорас!
Да.
Типа реально.
Statistically speaking, yeah.
Da, da, okej. Evo vidi. A vidi zgrade kolike su. Eto tako sam. Tamara je iz Štubrije, pa je ona radila u OEPS-u u hotelu, a sada živi u Njujorku. I onda smo se danas našli na ručku. Te baš ne čuje, malo je gužva.
No more war! No more war!
Čekaj, samo da te stavim na uvo, čekaj.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going for her or
but yeah.
They are also constitutive elements of the unmitigated evil that is constantly unleashed through the design, development, and existence of nuclear weapons in any nation or by any people. As U.S. Catholics, therefore, we believe that the starting point of our response should be to highlight the lesson of last Sunday's gospel reading.
My phone's almost out of battery, but I'll show you later. Okay.
How can you say to your brother or sister, let me read that splinter
No, I've
in
been
your
here
eye?
for a while and I'm about to head off.
Oh, are you? Yeah. In your own eye.
I've been here for half an hour, but I was
Remove the human being from your eye first. Then you will see clearly to remove the splinter in your brother's eye. As we unequivocally condemn the deranged behavior of Russia's dictator, Vladimir Putin, and his minions, we are obliged also to acknowledge our own government's role in creating this crisis. For more than 30 years now, U.S. foreign policy in that region of the world has been pursued with a provocative agenda of destabilization, imperiling Russia's national security through the expansion of NATO right up to its borders. This project has been intensified in recent times by apostate evangelical Christian factions in Washington, which have openly admitted their desire to provoke world events that they believe will bring about the second coming of Christ. And over all of this madness and slaughter preside its silent partners, the only winners in any war today. U.S.-based weapons contractor corporations like Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, General Electric, and United Technologies, to name just a few, whose profits increase with every cluster bomb and missile launched, every body torn to pieces. For our complicity with all of these forces that are literally driving the world insane, we beg the forgiveness of God and neighbor, while affirming our solidarity with both the Russian and Ukrainian peoples. We pledge non-cooperation with any armed faction in this senseless conflict. To all soldiers we say, lay down your weapons. Your courage and sacrifice belong at the service of peace for the future of the human race, not to be spent in bloodshed on the altar of the national security state. Together we can let the words of Martin Luther King Jr. echo through these times until they shake the world back into reality. The choice today is between nonviolence and non-existence. Blessings.
Now we're going to have a little bit of music here from this is the Peace Movement's house band. I hear about house bands on a lot of late night talk shows, but these are the real house bands. It's the New York City Metro Raging Grannies. Their first chapter of the Raging Grannies appeared in Victoria, Canada in 1987 to oppose nuclear weapons. The Raging Grannies are now an international anti-war organization, and the New York City gaggle needs no introduction.
As the grannies gather, let's all of you who are speaking, please come close to the mic, to the bench. I want to acknowledge one of the great peace and justice organizers of our time, Leslie Kagan. Thank you for coming out today. Leslie Kagan, thank you.
Second song is by Alice Sutter. Oh, there we go. Okay. No business like war business. Ready? There's no business like war business. Never mind the homeless and the hungry. Never mind the people without jobs.
Just like war business, the best business they know. Multinational profits going through the sky. They multiply while children die. The same amount buys food and clothes for everyone all over the world. All over the world. Woo! Why are we silent while so many die?
Why are we silent while so many die?
Why are we silent while so many die? No bombing, no droning, no more. No bombing, no droning, no more. When we bomb and drone, children die. Corporations make money, families cry. Homes are gone, the waters go dry. No bombing, no droning, no more. No bombing, no droning, no more.
Okay. While I had the mic, there are solidarity wishes from the New York the Union Square Women in Black, who stand in Union Square for the Palestinian people every Thursday at 5 p.m. And there's a statement that I'll pass around from the Women in Black. It says, Women in Black oppose war, militarism, and violence. We stand with women and girls around the world, working together to build real security, justice, and peace. And there's a lot more to that, but I'll save it, pass it around.
Every Thursday at 5 o'clock.
Test.
All right, next guest is Sarah Flounders. She's a co-director of the International Action Center, coordinator for United National Anti-War Coalition, and she's also an author and an editor. Thank you, Sarah.
For everyone who's out here today to say no war, that's important, that's courageous, that's gutsy. And the situation we're in today, it's a perfect analogy. We're surrounded by a corporate media that's for war, that only talks about war, that only justifies the war. And we're standing up to it. And it's not easy. It's not easy, but we're here. We're here, right? We're here. And we gotta know when we say no NATO war, what that means. It's not easy. No NATO war. No NATO war. No NATO war. No NATO war. And we gotta fight racism, not Russia. 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 This is a war. It's dangerous. We all know that. But we gotta know it could end today. Today. If the US and NATO would stop pumping in the arms, stop pumping in the missiles, stop firing. That is what has created this war. The expansion of NATO. I was in Yugoslavia during the war, 78 days. They tell you this is the biggest war since World War II. How about Iraq? How about Libya? How about Yemen today? How about Somalia, where the U.S. is firing missiles today? Are we going to forget Afghanistan? These are the wars that lay ruin whole parts of the world. So to everyone who's come out, it's going to be hard in the period ahead, but you know the mood is going to change, because this war will bring poverty and hunger in Ukraine, in Russia, and right here too. Right here too. We know it. It divides people, Ukrainian and Russian, and it divides right here. So let's take courage. Let's stand up. Let's continue to say, no war, no war, no NATO, no NATO, no NATO, no NATO. And let's say also, no NATO, no NATO, no NATO, no NATO, no NATO. Last chant, and let's remember it in the days ahead. Fight racism, not Russia. Fight racism, not Russia. Fight racism, not Russia. Thank you. And thank you for the guts to be out here today. We're going to keep doing it, right?
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. And our next speaker is Suzanne Ross with the International Concerned Family and Friends of Mumia Abu-Jamal, anti-imperialist organizer with the spirit of Mandela, and an advocate for political prisoners worldwide. Yeah, Suzanne Ross. She wears many hats.
Greetings, sisters and brothers. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. It's good to be here among you. Last week I came by accident. I got confused about the date, and there was no one like you all out here. I was surrounded by people with just pictures of Putin looking like Hitler, and, you know, war to Russia, and, you know, hate, 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 hate. And it is really good to be with you, with the grannies, with love, and a love for justice. A love not only for peace, but we learned over the years that we can't just talk about peace. We have to talk about justice. I want to be sure before I talk about the current situation that I bring Mumia Abu-Jamal here. Everybody know Mumia Abu-Jamal? Well, Mumia has talked about dozens of countries and dozens of wars. Mumia has been a speaker for anti-imperialism over and over and over again. And he continues his struggle from prison as the DA of Philadelphia, the liberal DA of Philadelphia, continues to postpone a hearing on new evidence that could acquit him, that could get him free. So we have to pay attention while we're doing this to all our comrades who are still in prison for years and years and years, elders who are sick. And I just want to chant one thing for all the prisoners before I go on to Ukraine. What's the call? What's the call? What's the call? Okay. So the other night on Ralph and Betty's show, I heard Professor Louis start with a poem that went like this. Lies, 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 lies. Everywhere lies, lies, lies. And I feel that for the past few weeks, we've been surrounded by an avalanche of constant lies in a period of time when Americans are being told over and over again not to study history, where critical resistance theory, what is it called? is being denied, is being fought, where books are being banned. This is an atmosphere of ignorance, an atmosphere that's pushing ignorance. I'm a longtime educator, as I know many people are right here. We can't let this go on. Let our children and even the adults remain ignorant non-stop and hear all these lies. So every day we've heard for the last 2 weeks, we've heard that the whole world is denouncing Russia. The whole world is against Russia and Putin. How many Americans have heard about the fact that Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, Nicaragua, other countries, and 24 African nations did not support the United States position at the United Nations? These are the lies. People want peace, people want justice. They're not buying what the United States is trying to push internationally. And we have to encourage that. We have to encourage knowledge, education, not ignorance. We have to develop a consciousness that's anti-racist, that's anti-imperialist, that stands for justice. We have to develop that kind of consciousness in this country.
You're here.
So,
I have nothing else to do.
that's my most important message, is really that there isn't one voice. There are different polarities. The United States is not dominating the whole world as it wants us to believe. There are definitely struggles and countries around the world that are challenging U.S. domination, U.S. ignorance, U.S. murder, non-stop murder. People talked about the 800 military bases. Who's responsible for most of the killing in this world? Who is it? Who is it? It's not the Soviet, it's not Russia. It's the United States. Russia doesn't have 800 bases around the world. Russia doesn't have the kind of wealth that the United States does and military apparatus. So, just not to go on and on.
Don't stop.
I want to repeat the slogans so people can hear them. No to U.S. imperialism.
No to U.S. imperialism.
No to NATO.
No to NATO.
No to regime change over and over again all over the world by the United States. No to regime change. No to war on Russia.
No to war on Russia.
Yes to justice and peace.
Justice, justice, and peace.
All right, thank you, Suzanne. Our next guest or speaker, I had the pleasure of having a pint of Guinness with him.
Please help out. Larry, help out Gary. Take your time. Slowly.
The last time I was hanging out with Ralph Pointer was at Rocky Sullivan's at the Iraq Veterans Against the War. And Ralph Pointer is the Lynn Stewart organizer, son of a Pittsburgh Steel Union organizer. He's a leading activist for the community control of education in New York City neighborhood. He's also the widower of the late people's lawyer, Lynn Stewart.
Thank you so much for that. Good evening, my sisters and brothers and sisters. But here we go again. Once again, the world travels in circles. And these circles and cycles of war. If I can only stand up. On one of the last times, it was Iraq. But there was resistance the last time. In spite of weapons of mass destruction, in spite of Yellow Cake, in spite of Tony Blair, in spite of W, there was resistance.
Yes.
Well, we're going to create some resistance here and now. For I say to you and all, where is the rush for the effort to give people who look like me voting rights? How long will we wait? Where is the rush and the effort to give New Yorkers housing? Where is the effort and the rush for a national health care system? Where is the rush to give humanitarian aid to Jackson, Mississippi and the Mississippi Delta, where the capital of this capitalism was created? When cotton was king and the slaves were those who created the cotton. When did they get justice and humanitarian aid? Where's the rush to support the people of Louisiana after Katrina, and still to this day they have problems, economic problems in Louisiana, and there's no rush for billions? Where's the rush for the $1 trillion make it better this time? There is no rush for there. So we must say no to the billions for war. We must say no to American forcing Russia to defend itself against ballistic missiles on its border. To call for peace without a just solution to the problem is a very empty and hollow call for peace. We must say no to the military-industrial complex, because if we say yes, we have to say no to housing. We must say no to war. Because if we say yes,
Is that our sign? Is the sign for the same?
right to no to this war.
We're here.
Any politician trying to represent our community with our
Ucraina! 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 Ucraina!
When we speak of million tragedies, we must speak of Julian Assange, Chelsea Manning, Malia Abu-Jamal, told us the truth.
Tell it like it is. Tell it like it is.
America today. We must say no to a war that keeps our political prisoners, and we have many in America, although there are those who say they are not. Those of us who live here in the tyranny of America know better. And remember the gentleman from Ukraine who said, remember what you're talking about. You're talking about blue-eyed blondes who are being slaughtered. And my question to everyone is, what is the difference? Tell me the difference about the slaughter. Tell me what you think about that difference. And then I'll tell you where I stand in your struggle. Because if your struggle is not my struggle, you become the enemy. Remember that.
Go home! Fascists, go home! I ain't gonna play with your fucking fascist war!
As I said before, our movement
and I don't give a
now.
damn about your fucking fascist war! Until
And I
get
see
my
we
freedom,
have a speaker
you
who's
can
better
suck
than
the
I
dirt
am
ball.
talking about it. Sister Betty, who's been working on education, the dollars for education for 50 years, and there is no rush to educate our children. And so, in closing, I say again, there has been a lie told about what America is and what our fight must be. We have said for 60 years, an injury to one is an injury to all. And if you don't understand that, and I don't care what banner or flag you have, if you don't understand an injury to one is an injury to all, you're going nowhere. We're talking about justice and freedom for all. And I hate to include the Ukrainians after the display that we have seen in the corporate media and to the people here. And I want somebody from the Ukrainian crowd to say no to the representative who says, remember, this time we're talking about blue-eyed blondes being slaughtered. I want you to ask the question, and what about everyone else being slaughtered? Is there a difference, and do you see a difference? And until you answer that question, say no more, because it falls on hollow ears. And so, freedom, peace with a just solution. Because if you cry peace without having a just solution, it's an empty cry. It's an empty holocaust. Well, thank you all. Thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange!
Listen, good people. Listen, good people. No justice, no peace. Keep courage. Be calm. War cries are always louder than a plea for truth and justice and
I'm sure NATO will not join Ukraine, and Ukraine will never join NATO.
Local 100 was founded by Mike Quill, an IRA volunteer from County Kerry in Ireland, and came over and founded the union that Marty Goodman was with. We thank Marty Goodman for coming today.
Fascists go home! Fascists go home! Nazis 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 go home! Fascists go home! Nazis go home! We're all filled up here! We got enough Nazis already! Fascists go home!
The Democratic Party is truly the war party.
What the fuck is this?
I asked who in the Democratic Party
Fascists go home!
on the Ukraine. No one. Biden reappointed neoconservative Victoria Nuland to the fourth position in the State Department. She was key to the CIA coup in the Ukraine in 2014, which allowed the floodgate of fascists and Nazis into the army and the government. And by the way, Blinken, the one who we see on TV all the time, he advised Biden to join with Bush to attack Iraq back in about 2002. People don't know that. Biden always backed NATO, backed war in Iraq, and if this time makes it look like I support NATO's existence, I say down with NATO!
Down with NATO!
Not a penny to NATO! Who old enough can forget that the U.S. NATO bombed Serbia to smithereens in 1999? They're saying this is the biggest war. Saros spoke about Yugoslavia, and it was a crime against humanity what was done by the U.S. to Yugoslavia. Back in 1990, the U.S. lied to Gorbachev when it promised NATO would not advance 1 inch to the east after the USSR fell. NATO doubled its size to the Russian border. In 2019, U.S. plane President Zelensky declared that NATO membership remains an unwavering goal. Zelensky applied to the EU a few days ago. NATO's backbone. The U.S. puppet was used to pursue wars in Serbia, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria. U.S. ran back the recognition of Israel's illegal declaration of sovereignty over Palestinian Jerusalem
and the Syrian Golan Heights. Also, the U.S. via the Saudis still bomb Yemen. The U.S. bombed Niger, tribal areas of Pakistan, Somalia, and turned Libya into a failed state. Okay, what about Russia? Our view, socialist action says, Russia is an imperialist capitalist state run by oligarchs. But Russia well remembers its 20 million dead in World War II. NATO missiles in the Ukraine could hit Russia in just 5 minutes. The U.S. has maintained its first strike nuclear option, if anyone has forgotten that. My organization, Socialist Action, is a revolutionary organization. We refuse to take the side of imperialism under anyone's blood-soaked flag. Today, Ukraine is so hand in glove and jacked up by imperialism that we take neither side in this one. We want war to end. No to war. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
The ultimate cause of this war is U.S. imperialism and capitalism. Remove the U.S. NATO axis, and this war is over. The U.S. has up to 1,100 military bases around the world. We say, shut them all down. Not a penny for war. Not a penny for the Pentagon. We must build a powerful, united, democratic movement of millions. Stay in the streets. US-UN out now. No war on Russia. And I must add, Biden has been talking about double standards. Look at how they're letting the Ukrainian refugees come into Poland when they blockaded Syrian refugees, if you remember that. Go away! Biden has deported 20,000 nations back to a hellhole run by a U.S.-backed dictator. Biden stopped the racist deportation. Lastly,
Never hear of hate.
Of Julian Assange, who exposed lies to the entire planet. Free Julian Assange.
Free Julian Assange.
Jamal.
Free Maria.
Peltier.
Free Manor.
Political prisoners.
Free them all.
Stop
Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange! Go home, punk! Go home, punk! Get out of here, punk! You're just a punk! I don't give a damn what you are! You look like a Nazi to me! You look like a Nazi to me! You look like a fucking Nazi to me! You look like a Nazi to me! You look like a Nazi to me! You look like a Nazi!
Let Larry speak.
The Russians kicked your ass before, they're gonna kick your ass again! Get them off! We gotta come back
and talk to these folks. You a fucking Russian asset, go to hell! I'm not a cop.
Because I feel that there's some amnesia going on. People are forgetting what we've been fighting against for a long, long time. The war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, other wars planned by generals in the Pentagon.
Russian assets!
People are forgetting that. I'm a veteran of the Vietnam War era, drafted a military resistor, like some of my other sisters and brothers out here, and we learned. We learned what U.S. invaded countries for. It wasn't to liberate them.
It was to dominate them.
That's right.
It wasn't to free. It was to conquer.
Yes,
It was to control.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
2 world wars
Preach.
were fought to divide up Europe and the rest of the world.
That's
And let
right.
me tell you something.
Yeah.
This dangerous war
Yes.
that's brewing in Eastern Europe,
Yes.
it's about the same thing.
That's right.
And NATO and U.S. imperialism is trying to finish what it started about 30 years ago.
That's right.
And that's taking over what's left.
That's right.
Taking it all over.
That's right.
And workers have to stand up.
Yes.
Right.
Workers.
Workers everywhere have to stand up. And they
Workers
have to
everywhere.
say, we will not allow a nuclear war.
We will not allow a nuclear war.
So that corporations can have more territory. That's the #1 thing. So when we come out next time, let's come out stronger.
Yes,
I think there's some.
Hey, Betty.
You get them all. Get them all. Get them all.
It's all right.
We got enough corrupt. We got enough corrupt white people. We don't need any more. We got enough corrupt white people. We don't need any more. You stole your government into poverty. You bunch of crooks and corrupt.
Relax.
All right?
Thank you, Mary.
Never walk away.
Still in your neck.
Take a good look. No fear. Take a good look. I'm what you're gonna be fighting. I'm what you're gonna be fighting. Take a good look. Take a good look. No fear.
La guerra es mala.
You got the wrong black person.
I go. This is not the time to debate.
No puede ser que esta señora tenga 6 personas mirando y no tenga 4 nada más. De verdad que está desperdicio. Te lo juro, cuando vea mi casa, voy a chequear quién hizo una directa encima de la mía, hablando mierda de mi directo. Y a todos los comentarios, no me importa quién sea, le voy a dar una bloqueada en mi página. Además, nunca me van a ver la vez.
I'm sending you one message. You're gonna die. NATO's preparing for us. Yes. I am. The way to stop it today.
I agree with your picture, but right now,
I think the best way to stop it now. No, we don't. I think the answer to stop it right now is to get Putin to speak. Call him. Go. Biden should get in a plane and get over there. Sit down and say, okay, what do you need from us to stop this? He won't do it.
Ecological systems upon which all life, including human life, depends. I am
That's what they're asking. So we can't stop them.
You must send a message now to the Democratic leadership, to Biden, to Pelosi, to Schumer. You must tell them that they risk a world war. By sending in American troops, you will leave the two-party system and join the party of peace. And if you want to join the Greens right now, that's okay too. Thank you.
Dylan from the Democratic Socialist Americans, a member of the Anti-War Working Group. Don't leave from your phone, Dylan. Just speak from the heart. Don't read anything. Just speak.
I will speak on behalf of the Anti-War Working Group of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America. We fully condemn Russia's illegal and unjust invasion of Ukraine. Fuck you! Russia has already violated
United Nations Charter and the most basic laws of war. We call on the Russian military to immediately end their invasion and withdraw from Ukraine. This is the only safe path to peace. Without it, we fear that Russia's war of aggression can only escalate past its already disastrous state. Scenes from Ukraine invoke for me memories of the U.S. invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan. We know how swiftly our government declared victory there, and how swiftly that victory became a prolonged occupation, which immiserated the region. We pray that the people of Ukraine will be spared the same fate. We also fear the possibility that further escalations in Ukraine could come not only from Russia, but from our own government. Unlike the people of Russia and Ukraine, our leaders and those of us descended from the American settlers have never experienced a war of aggression. And we have suffered least under the boot of militarism, and yet now command and give their voice to the biggest boot in the history of the world. It is my fear that in so doing we have come to understand justice only through the application of that boot. We hear of justice now in the economic sanctions levied against Russia's central bank. And we know the effects of this kind of economic warfare. We have seen it already in Iran, in Cuba, in Venezuela, to name just a few. We understand that the most vulnerable people, the working class, women, children, and ethnic minorities are the ones hurt most by these economic sanctions. The Russian people did not call for this war. Many thousands are right now applying all their effort to pull us back from the brink of a global conflict and an unimaginable catastrophe.
Russia is right.
We must remember these people and this catastrophe when we hear calls for U.S. and NATO intervention.
NATO is doing exactly what Hitler did. When Hitler at Munich, Hitler said he wouldn't go further. Similarly, NATO said in 1989 he wouldn't go 1 inch in.
However well-intentioned they may be, a no-fly zone would be NATO planes shooting down Russian aircraft over Ukraine. It is a declaration of war.
And the new NATO states are a lot more former allies of Hitler.
But while NATO says it will not charge ahead into this nightmarish scenario, they continue to rally their troops as if preparing for an even wider war that would have no winners. Why is it that even as the first dominoes begin to fall, our leaders are still setting more along the path to annihilation? For decades we have seen this crisis brewing, and for decades we have known the steps that the U.S. and the Western powers could take to end and de-escalate and avoid where we are now. But now we must admit that it is not obvious when we'll end the fighting in Ukraine. Yet this should only strengthen our commitment to earnest diplomacy with all parties. It is reprehensible that Joe Biden said he has no plans to meet with Putin. That now is not the moment for it. Now is exactly the moment. This is hardly the first conflict where the people with the power to end it have been condemnable and guilty of war crimes. There is no war in boycotted peace talks. It is the behavior of one who knows only how to apply the boot and who has forgotten how to remove it. Solidarity with the people of Ukraine and the people of Russia. Our only enemy is capitalism. And all of the oligarchs another casualty.
Hello! Hello! The labor movement organized in 2003 to oppose the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And we are organizing today to oppose the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine is a country that deserves its integrity and it deserves protection from aggression. We have to be very, very clear that what the United States has done in expanding NATO since 1990 is a terrible mistake and a terrible provocation. But I think that we have to agree with what Chris Hedges said earlier today, that war is not the answer to that. And what we heard from Vladimir Putin before he invaded, when he asserted to the people of the world that Ukraine does not exist. Ukraine is not a country. I think we have to call that out. We have to say, no, that is not correct. We have to say that the Ukrainian people have a right to self-determination, that the Ukrainian people have a right to be, that the Ukrainian people have a right to their in territorial integrity and their sovereignty.
That's right.
The Russians need to withdraw from Ukraine. But what is the role of diplomacy in all of this? We all talk about diplomacy and negotiation. What does the U.S. bring to the table in that? What we are saying, as we develop an anti-war voice again in the labor movement in the United States, is that our position is that the U.S. should declare right now that Ukraine will never be a member of NATO. That we will not continue the extension of NATO on Russia's border. That we will take away the aggressive power of NATO from Russia's border. That we have to say that it is our position that Ukraine will never be part of NATO, and that it is our policy not to extend NATO any further. And that we will negotiate a real reorganization of the integrity of this national collective security arrangements and architecture in Europe, so that NATO doesn't have to exist in a new architecture of true international solidarity and security for NATO. And we will stand in solidarity, as we did with the Iraqi workers, with the workers of Ukraine, with the workers of Russia, to say that the Russians should leave and the Russian aggression should end, and that we should be united in those efforts diplomatically to declare that our country will stop the expansion of NATO and enter into negotiations for a rearrangement of security arrangements in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is going to be Daniel Burke. There's only a couple more, then we'll call it a day, from the Schiller Institute. He's a former candidate for the U.S. Senate in New Jersey, and he was an independent candidate, I believe.
Let it join NATO if it wants to join NATO.
Hi, my name is Daniel Burke. I'm with the Schiller Institute and the International LaRouche Movement. I want to say it's absolutely the case. We need a new international security and development architecture. It is the statement of the Schiller Institute that the cause of this crisis is the breakdown of the neoliberal economic system. We are facing a tidal wave of at least 1 quadrillion, if not much more, in worthless speculative assets that are based in the City of London and Wall Street. And that is the bubble that people are trying to save by crushing Russia and China. That's what you're getting from the City of London and Wall Street, is a policy of eliminating the only nation states who can stand up to enforced deindustrialization, destruction of capability of actually surviving, as you see with the destruction of the necessary means of life with CO2 reduction. This is climate colonialism. This is well known. Look at the statements of India. Look at the statements from African nations like the president of Nigeria. And in October, at the COP26 conference, many developing nations rejected the destruction of their own economy, Russia and China among them. It is up to us to lay the basis for the development of every nation on this planet. the world land bridge. We have to get the idea across to people that we can eliminate the worthless debts of Wall Street with Glass-Steagall in every country. We can bring about credit for development like China has been doing with the Belt and Road Initiative. The solution is peace through development. Peace through development. Peace through development. It's the only way that we can possibly rescue humanity. Ukraine should be a bridge between Russia and Europe. It should be a bridge to the Belt and Road Initiative. That's what the future is for a neutral, demilitarized Ukraine. So please join me. Go to the Schiller Institute website, schillerinstitute.com. Take this leaflet if you have it and sign it and add your name to this policy. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
One of the biggest supporters of WBAI, Mitchell Cohen, is probably responsible for helping save WBAI.
We stand today with the people of Ukraine against Russian aggression. We stand also against NATO and NATO's aggression. We stand with the people all over the world who are fighting against U.S. imperialism and capitalism. Russia is a capitalist country. U.S. is a capitalist country. They're fighting over the pipelines and who's going to control the energy flow into Europe. And that's what started this whole thing the way it is now. People of Ukraine have a right to resist. And I want to make that clear because a lot of people lose that. I also want to make clear that in 1998, the U.S. Senate approved NATO's expansion by a vote of 80 to 19. Quote, this in fact is the beginning of another 50 years of peace, said Senator Joe Biden, ranking Democrat on the Foreign Relations Committee and a key player in opposing and supporting NATO's expansion east, regardless of what he says now. So we have to understand the games that are being played, the propaganda games. My point is that there's a ton of propaganda, there's a ton of lies that are being spewed at us, but even if we expose them all, that doesn't justify the invasion of a country by another capitalist country. And it's not allowed, and it's wrong, it is immoral, and we have to stand and oppose it, and stand with the people in Russia, and with the people in Ukraine, who the movement, the peace movement, and the people here who are saying no to war, no to nuclear war, and no to imperialism.
Our final speaker today, and you can feel the spirit of David Klein with Veterans for Peace today, and no one better to speak on that is Mike Ferner, who's the former president and the executive director of Veterans for Peace, and he was a Navy corpsman during the Vietnam War, and he's a peace and justice and environmental activist, and we have the honor of having the former president of Veterans for Peace, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. I also want to let you know that I came here from Toledo, Ohio to be with you, and was worth all 12 hours on Amtrak, I'll tell you. But thank you very much for the organizers for the invitation to be here. I was a hospital corpsman during the Vietnam War, and I worked in a Navy hospital trying to put back the pieces of young men's minds and bodies who came back from Vietnam. And by the way, that's a job that every member of Congress by law should have to do before they vote on a Pentagon funding bill.
Yeah, exactly.
But mostly I want to tell you about a little story from Baghdad. I was there before the U.S. invaded in 2003. I was there with a peace group called Voices in the Wilderness. Some of you may know Kathy Kelly. I was invited to go over there with what turned out to be the last delegation before the U.S. invasion. And there were about 80 of us there. from all around the world, an international delegation of citizens who wanted to do whatever it was they could do to try to stop that invasion. And there were people who had just come in a caravan they started in England and went all the way through Europe and arrived in Baghdad. There was a group of us that were going to be out in the street in Baghdad demonstrating on February 15th, 2003. Many of you were also out in the streets on February 15th, 2003, because tens of millions of people around the world were out in the streets telling the U.S. and Britain not to invade Iraq. I was there with a sociologist from Brazil who was a peace activist, and he traveled to Baghdad. And we were supposed to put together a statement about why we were going to be out in the street with all these other people around the world. And we saw all of the demonstrators around the world demanding peace. And this friend of mine from Brazil said, you know, we don't have a war problem, we have a democracy problem. Right. Because millions of people around the world are saying no war and their governments are ignoring them. So we have a democracy problem. And as much as I'm a peace activist and a member of Veterans for Peace, I know that we all are concerned about health care and the environment and justice and a whole lot of other issues. And when you look at what's at the bottom of all of those, it's the rule of corporations that are able to spend money like it's free speech. They're able to lobby and lie over the airwaves, able to buy legislators, to write legislation, to make the weapons that we then buy. And if we can take those protections away from corporations, no more free speech, no more 14th Amendment. Those things were made for human beings, not legal fictions. Right. And when we can take those protections away and have democracy start to rule what happens in this country, we're going to go a long way to taking that capitalist monkey off the back of people all over the world. Thank you.
Right, yes. All right, what we're going to do is have a poll, and then the Raging Grannies will finish it out. And our next speaker only needs one name. He's like Cher or Madonna. He goes by the name of Zool, and he actually organized this madness today here in Times Square. All right, Zool. Finish up with a poem, and then the Raging Grannies are going to take us out with some Broadway tunes on Broadway.
This is a poem called Zen Poem by my favorite rabbi, Father Daniel Berrigan. How I long for supernatural powers, said the novice mournfully to the Holy One. I see a dead child and I want to say, arise. I see a sick man and I long to say, be healed. I see a bent old woman and I long to say, walk straight. Alas, I feel like a dead stick in paradise. Master, can you confer upon me supernatural powers? The old man shook his head fretfully. How long have I been with you and you know nothing? How long have you been with me and learned nothing? Listen, I have walked the earth 80 years. I have never raised a dead child. I have never healed a sick man. I have never straightened an old woman's spine. Children die, men grow sick, the aged fall under a stigma of frost. And what is that to you or me but the turn of the wheel, but the way of the world, but the gateway to paradise? Supernatural powers. Then you would play God, would spin the thread of life and measure the thread 5 years, 50 years, 80 years, and cut the thread? Supernatural powers. I have wandered the earth for 80 years. I confess to you, sprout without root, root without flower. I know nothing of supernatural powers. I'm still trying to perfect my natural powers. To see and not be seduced, to hear and not be deafened, to taste and not be eaten, to touch and not be bought. But you, would you walk on water? Would you master the air? Would you swallow fire? Go talk with the dolphins. They will teach you glibly how to grow gills. Go listen to eagles. They will hatch you, nest you, eaglets and airmen. Go join the circus. Those tricksters will teach you in deception for dimes. Birdman, bagman, poor fish spouting water, moon crawling at sea forever, supernatural powers. Do you seek miracles? Listen, go draw water, hew wood, break stones. How miraculous. Listen, blessed is the one who walks the earth 5 years, 50 years, 80 years, and deceives no one, and curses no one, and kills no one. On such a one, the angels whisper in wonder, behold, the irresistible power of natural powers, of height, of joy, of soul, of non-belittling. You dry stick in the crude soil of this world. Leaf, flower, trace around and around and around, an inch, a mile, the world's green extents, a liberated zone of paradise. The Raging Grannies.
No, forget about all the other musicals here on Broadway. We got the real musical here on Broadway with the Raging Grannies. On the mic. Thanks everyone for coming, and see you at our next anti-war demonstration, which will probably be Taiwan next week.
Stop propaganda! Stop propaganda!
Okay, we're going to sing a song called No Nuclear Proliferation, which was written by Corrine Willinger, who's now 93 years old. One of our great Raging Granny songwriters. Nuclear proliferation, we must stop its global spread, or the peoples of the whole world have to live in fear and dread. We must all tell all the nations we cannot have nuclear war. Peace and justice, common safety, that is what we're marching for. We must destroy atomic weapons. We must make them disappear. We cannot have our lives shattered, and those bombs are everywhere. Nuclear proliferation. We must stop its global spread, or the peoples of the whole world have to live in fear and dread. One more song. Anchors Away is the tune, but we have a few different words to it. War's not the way, my boys. War's not the way. The jobs of travel and the pay are yours to put you in harm's way, so they can use you in their game, give you a gun, then send you overseas to maim or kill some other son. War's not the way, my girls. War's not the way. Kill or be killed, you're told. And when you get back home, you'll pay with nightmares of bodies lost. What is it for? Then they'll cut your benefits to fund another useless bloody war. War's not the way, my friends. War's not the way. We who support our troops are hoping they come home today, so we can begin to work for schools and jobs and more. Work for change begins at home, so first we have to stop these bloody wars. First we have to stop these bloody wars. Thank you, the Raging Grannies.
Peace now. War's over if you want it. Hey, John. Hey, man. All right, brother. Is this just
Thanks
for
for
you?
this. This is great. I needed this, but
It's live
I'll
on
listen to
YouTube
you tomorrow. See what you say.
Same, a different one or the
All
same
right.
one?
Yeah.
I never got to ride in your taxi.
No, well, I haven't been driving for a while, but with the COVID.
Could I? So how do I
Tomorrow
watch
will be
it?
good. I mean, with Melody, we'll be on YouTube. And I gotta get some of those pictures.
Okay.
And email it to you.
So if you just
Okay, good.
search
good.
for that,
I'm
you'll
going
find
to
it.
edit them in the car on the way
write
back
it
up to
down.
Woodstock.
New York City for yourself.
See you. Have a safe trip
Go,
back.
Mitch.
Hey, John.
Hey, man,
How
what's
are
up?
you? Thank you. Thank you for that introduction.
The man who saved
And when will it be out?
It's live now. It'll stay up. Yeah. So anytime.
What's this one with? With your language?
I'm live streaming from my YouTube channel.
Oh, what is that now?
It's,
You have a card?
I do kind of pull it out.
New York for yourself?
NYC for yourself.
NYC. Oh, yeah, I would think
Oh my gosh. Stupid. It's so easy to reach out to people. It's so easy. Oh, thank you.
Don't talk to them. They don't know what they're talking about.
It's also wrong. So I don't want to stop
You do. I would be glad to go with veterans from Russia or Ukraine or anywhere and stand and say, we do that all over the world. Why don't we get a delegation?
Look, veterans from Russia, if they say that there is a war, they will go to jail.
Well, yes, well, they're brave. They're very brave. More.
No fly zone! 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 No fly zone!
No fly zone! No fly zone! No fly zone!
Пришли.
А я вже нічого не to irradiate. What is it?
Вот прямо возле угол 7-я Ревеню 46.
the war! Stop Putin! Stop the war! Stop Putin! Stop the war!
Stop Putin! Stop Putin! Stop Putin! Stop Putin!
Stop murdering Ukrainians! Stop murdering Ukrainians! Stop murdering Ukrainians! Stop murdering Ukrainians! Stop murdering Ukrainians!
It's okay.
Stop
It's okay.
murdering
It's okay.
Ukrainians!
Не буде окей.
Делай это,
We're here for young people. Please learn not to kill. The wealthy and the powerful want to sell you guns. And you want guns to kill people.
Our parents are dying! Shame on you!
We are trying to teach you not to kill. We're trying to teach you not to die. We're trying to teach you.
Shame on you! 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 Shame on you!
Stop the war by putting down the weapons.
You're not giving up our land. You're not giving up our land to Russia.
If you call for
We are protecting our land. We're not invading other countries. Russia's attacking us. We are protecting our people.
Very, very hard. Speaking is easy. Telling lies are easy. The truth is very, very hard. Taking the courage and wanting to love one another, and listen to one another, talk together. We talk to everyone. Russians.
Mira qué hipócrita es el tipo ese que me está reportando mi directa. Eso es envidia de los supuestos millonarios que hay aquí en las redes sociales.
We're not the masters of the universe. The masters of the universe are the Putin, Biden, Boris Johnson, and Jeff Bezos. All of these great billionaires, they thrive on the sales of arms, of war. We oppose all war. Yes. First,
what the hell?
Dale like al video, mi gente, dale like y compártelo. Dale like al video y compártelo.
In Brazil, safe.
We practice killing. We just practice killing.
We come here for the sixth time already. In Brazil,
we practice
can you talk
Russian to stop killing us? We want to. We are. That's what we're here for. We support all Russian peace activists. We support all Ukrainian peace activists.
Why did we see
support
people?
all peace activists all over the world.
Why
we're
were
talking
people
to
saying
people
we're
in
fascist?
Cuba.
In your group
We'll talk
of
one at a
people?
time. I'm happy to talk to you next.
say Cuba?
I'm talking to this lovely woman. One by one. Let's go. Let's go. I want to
Rather go make money instead of spreading propaganda.
Everything could happen. I don't know. My family is there. My two nephews is right now in the hot zone. You know, if they die, I don't know. I will go, and I probably myself will go, and I don't care about my life. I will go and shoot this guy. I will go there. You know.
My grandparents, my mother's 92, she has Parkinson's. She's had about 5 years. Before that, we went to what the Jews called Galicia, which was the shtetl in the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
I really would like your voice to go to Russians and tell them that, because we are not.
You see this?
We are not.
This is how it goes to
defending
Russia.
ourselves.
We support you. We are defending you too. But we're not defending you with guns. We're defending you with love. We're defending you with wisdom.
Do you know how much love we pass to those people? You know, they go in there with the tanks, and our women going in there the tanks is coming and they say, please, we pray for you. They kneel and they asking them, the tanks, and they stop them. They have a courage. With love.
You said you're Jewish, right?
I take your point, but that doesn't solve a very long Zelensky, our president, is Jewish too, and you know what they did? They brought Father Yad, where a lot of Jewish were killed.
You should be ashamed of yourself, and you wear your ignorance
Not necessarily.
on your sleeve.
Who do you think
Okay, and there's 6 million Jews right now turning in their grave because of what you represent. You are an awful human being, and people are dying in Ukraine right now because of people in hold position like you.
My name is Zul. What is your name?
I would never shake your hand.
Not actually, like human beings touch one another. We
I'm not
talk
going
to
to
one another.
There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to talk about. You're an ignorant human being. You're very ignorant, and you're very old, like all those fucking yentas and altekaker who come here to protest. But you'll never learn. You're wasting your time.
No, I'm asking you. What is your name, my friend?
My name is no consequence to you. None. My name has nothing to do with
you. You are a human being. I acknowledge you as a human being. We only end war and end violence if we are human beings.
You know why you're talking shit like that? Because I'll tell you why.
You
live in New York. You live in the United States of America. If somebody breaks into your house, you call the cops.
I don't.
Okay? Oh, you don't. Of course you don't. Because you're saying it's here. If somebody knocks on your door, you're going to shit your pants and you're going to call the cops. And they're not going to come with flowers in their head, and they're not going to hug stranger in your house. You want people with guns to protect you. Okay? Or you don't. Of course you don't. Go right now to Ukraine and stand with flowers in front of the Russians and see how long you're going to go with your pink head.
Do you remember, like you remember, the young man in China in Tiananmen Square who stood up to the tank, all right? So if you want to end violence, you don't do it through violence.
I know.
You're asking
Ukraine was naive in 1994 to give their nukes. Look what happened. Yeah, of course you understand. You live in America, so you have time to understand.
I live on the planet. I live in the universe.
Right now you live in the United States.
You live in the United States. You don't live in the cosmos.
You're not on the planet.
Don't flatter yourself with being this cosmic being. You're an ignorant human being.
I appreciate your assessment. I imagine you're a professor, so you can grade me.
I am not a professor.
You are professing, and you're grading me. So as you grade me, I'm going to respond.
I agree with Lenin on one thing, okay, with the name that he gave you, and you know exactly what it is. Useful idiot. That's exactly what you are. You are a useful idiot.
So you want war.
That's why I want peace. And if you want, the only way to prevent war, the only way to have peace is through strength, not through weakness. They gave their weapons in '94. I see that you're posturing here as if you're going to do something.
I'm going to tell you my name.
If you're going to come any closer or touch me, I'm going to exercise my right. So you should step back.
You should take your right.
Don't. You're talking like this because you're in America. And in America, people don't insult each other.
There is no America.
There is America. There is America.
There's
You
no
see those flags?
America.
Yes, there
It's
is.
the United States of Amazon. That's the world we live in.
Take this crap and shove it up your pink head, because this is capitalism has nothing to do with it. Capitalism has nothing to do with it. Capitalism has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. The biggest, you asked this young lady before if Ukraine is in the European Union or not. What the fuck does that matter? People are dying. Does it matter if they're in the Union or not? And you profess to care about life. So you only care about life if they're members of the Union or not. Yes, you just said that. Because you said if they're gonna close the air, if you want to care, if you care about life, people who are dying. Okay, it doesn't matter if they're Ukrainian, Azerbaijani, Jews, or Arabs. And now people are dying. And your method, which they embraced in 1994, and they gave them their weapons, now they're paying the price. So,
have you been working on the nuclear treaty ban, banning all nuclear weapons?
No,
we want to ban all nuclear weapons. So we agree on that.
No, we don't. No,
nuclear weapons.
I want people to have
one at a time. I'll talk to you. I'm happy to talk to you. But do you support nuclear weapons?
There exists. That's it. This, okay. So you want to play a game? So let's play a game. So if you want to ask, no. I mean intellectual game. So if you want to say, give me a second. If you want to say, let's not have nuclear weapons before we have it, I'll stand there with a pink hat like yours and says not a problem. No, but if they're already here, the kid is already born. The kid's name is nuclear weapon. Now it's already born. So now the only thing you can do, you can't eliminate it. You can only manage it.
That's your name?
Roy.
I'm Roy. I'm Zul. Full soccer. Okay, don't matter. I love everything on the earth.
Excuse me. One question. That's not a conversation. You have been insulted by these men a long time ago.
Stop Putin, stop the war! Stop Putin, stop the war! Stop Putin, stop the war! Stop Putin! Героям слава! Героям слава!
Слава нації!
Смерть ворогам!
Everyone and everything. We first start with self-care.
Понад усе!
In order to care one another.
Be serious, man. It has nothing to do with it. You understand?
Can I ask him a question? Can I ask him a question?
To have the courage to love one another.
Courage. There are women right now, women in Ukraine holding guns. This is courage. Against tanks. This is courage.
Excuse me.
You sitting here in fucking 70 degrees weather and talking about courage? Go to Ukraine right now and go hug the tanks. Talk to them about sentient beings. Okay? No. You do that. You believe in that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that.
Can I ask you a question?
I tell you, I believe in a strong United States. I believe in a strong. Really?
United States of Amazon. United States we don't have any kind of representation that means.
Who's we? What do you mean we? You?
No, you.
I have.
No, Roy. You and I, we're working people.
How do you know that? How do you know that? Do you know what my bank account is? Maybe I'm a billionaire. You don't know that. How do you know? Are you sure?
I am. Because the billionaires.
You're wrong, by the way.
By the way, there are no trillionaires yet, but they're coming real fast. Because the wealth in the world is generated from the resources of the world and the labor of the people. The people's wealth ends up in the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer. And they're the Putins,
do you understand?
And they're the Bidens and the Bezos. So that's who controls the world.
No.
You live in a globe.
There are the Maos, and the Lenins, and the Stalins of the world. Those are the socialists of the world. Okay? Capitalism, just for you to know, if you don't know, if people doesn't know it here, capitalism, just by existing, lifted up 50% of world poverty from 2010 to 2020, in the last 15 years, I'm sorry. So don't tell me that socialism is the ticket. Okay? I understand that 160 million bodies is not enough of an evidence for you. We need to have more bodies dying. Okay? We need to have more Ukrainian dying. We need more Russian dying. Okay?
Can I ask you a question? One question.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Don't talk to people with their back.
I'm showing my respect by listening to you
Great.
and talking
Hands
with you.
off
And I'll talk to this woman too.
Hands off
Right now, you and I are human. We're talking to one another. We're making eye contact. We just changed our name. We're trying to understand one another. Whether you call me or not, it doesn't matter because you no longer think so.
I don't call you anything. I'm just wondering where would be the Jewish people if they didn't fucking Warsaw.
Okay.
You tell me. You tell me the ghetto Warsaw rebellion. that happened in 1943. Where were the Jews today if they didn't pick up fucking grenade and Molotov cocktails to fight the Germans? What? They would go to Germany and says we're sentient beings. Please don't send me to the ovens.
Do I get a turn?
No, are you fucking serious? Like this is enraging.
And they are bombing Baba
Do I get a turn?
Yad, which is a memorial for Jewish people.
So just tell me about that. Not sentient being, not about Bezos. You don't care about Bezos. Just answer me. Riddle me that.
And all of that is very, very much. I'd love to talk to you, but please don't interrupt my conversation. When I talk to you, I'm going to talk to you fully.
So please answer that.
I'm going to look in your eye. I'm going to talk to you as a human being. So please treat me as a human being. While I talk to this human being, show him the respect he deserves. Yes,
I'm not angry. I'm
well,
just
you are, and you have a right to be. You have a goddamn right to be. Every one of you here are as angry as hell, and you've got a goddamn fucking right to be angry because your people are being killed. You don't think we understand that?
I think you understand. I think you're just having you're on the wrong train. That's it.
I think I'm on the wrong train. And you're angry, and you want to pick up arms, and you want to kill the people who are killing your children, your parents, your cousins, all of that. And what we're saying, those of us who have been around, who've been involved, who've seen killing, have seen death, what we're saying is choose to stand up, to interject your body as a human being, all right? And listen, it was a Jew, I think you know his name, right? They started a whole new religion around him. What was his teaching? His teaching was, these money changers, they're taking advantage of the people. He chose to stand with the poorest, with the weakest.
That has nothing to do with it. Jesus Christ is never talking against the rich. If you give me that propaganda, you haven't read the scriptures. Okay, I'm Jewish, but I actually read about this theory that Jesus went with the poor. The fact that he was with the poor he had nothing to do against the rich people. That's it. Has nothing to do with it. Okay, and your propaganda against capitalism and let's fight the man because I don't have shit. Because he took it from me. This is why you're angry. That's because of their lives. Okay?
I'm angry.
Okay, those people over there has nothing to do. Maybe you want to speak Russia like the rest of Europe. Okay? You want all Europe to speak Russian.
No.
Because Crimea is already there. Okay, in 1994 when they gave their weapons, now Ukraine are being slaughtered.
In a conversation.
So as a Jew, you kind of suffer from prosecution. I would assume you'd be a little bit more keen.
As a Christian, as a Muslim, as a Buddhist, we listen to one another, right? So
we don't. No, we don't. Some people like you. No, I know you can. But some people like you diverting the subject from.
I let you say what you want to say, and then I'm just asking for a turn, and may I have a turn?
I asked you a simple question. Is you failed to answer. Where were the Jews if they didn't fight in 1945? Just tell me that. Forget about sentient being. Just tell me, if they didn't fight the Nazis, where would they be? Honestly. Or, if you were the leader of the Jews at that time, would you suggest to them to be in a sentient being and not to fight?
This is what I'm saying. If you want
I would have said, as a Jew myself, I would have said, get the fuck of all the corporations of the U.S.
We're talking about 1945.
Right.
We're talking about and you think they would listen to you? They would listen to you.
All these corporations
people were in the
building the tanks for the Nazis. All right.
You want to talk to my friend Mitchell? Mitchell, this is Roy. Okay, because I can talk to you now.
So that's what you do. You shut down those factories that are building all the weapons for the Nazis.
We look in the eyes, we hold hands. We choose either to love one another, or to tell lies, to exploit, to oppress. What we're saying, what we're here for, is we are in allegiance with all those people in life, which are the vast majority, who don't choose to exploit the earth, who don't want everything under it and on it and above it, who don't want to take the advantage of the labor of all of these people. What we choose to do is to unite together as workers all around the world with respect and in harmony with this planet on which we live. This is all we've got, and it doesn't have much of a chance. I mean, if you look, the scientists from everywhere in the world, Ukrainian, American, Russian, Cuban, all of them have unanimously said we've got 7 years rather, 210 days counting down for the planet. If somebody pushes that nuclear bubble, which is more and more likely to happen if we let this escalate and escalate. We don't have 6 years.
It's been escalated already.
Right.
It's been escalated already. Now, answer me this question.
My name is Zul. What is your name? Tanya.
Within the last 5 years, NATO had a military intervention. 160 countries. U.S., NATO.
Oh my God.
For what? The reason was to provide freedom, to protect human rights. Wait a second, I'm talking.
Let her speak.
160 countries. U.S. and NATO made military intervention to prevent human rights, stand for freedom and democracy. What happens now with NATO and Ukraine? Now NATO and U.S. are covered with Article 5. It's very hypocritical. In 1994, Budapest Agreement, U.S. obligated to protect security for Ukraine. Is Ukraine secure? No. U.S. failed.
Absolutely.
Failed to do
I
the
agree
obligation.
100%.
Ukraine has asked to enter NATO twice. Refused. The reason? Not to increase the tension. The tension has been increased. Now NATO refused to protect military help to Ukraine. The reason? Not to escalate the conflict. The conflict has been escalated. Why not to stop that in Ukraine? To avoid to go further in the world. U.S. and Europe are just looking for Ukraine that is fighting by itself, one country, for the entire fucking world, to protect the entire world from nuclear disaster in future. And you are saying to me that economic sanctions would help? The fact is, it's not helping, and it's not going to help until Ukraine is, whatever, it's going to be disaster.
Tanya, you know, we're living in the belly of the beast. What you call the United States of America. We're in a unipolar world. There's only one superpower. So this country, whatever it is, whatever you call it, whatever you think of it, there are 180 forward bases all around the world. They ship arms everywhere. And say we're fighting for whom? For democracy, for the rights of women.
You're not fighting. You're not fighting.
No.
That's a problem. There is no fight. NATO is not fighting for Ukraine. NATO fights for 160 countries that were not in NATO, and they did military intervention.
You are fighting? You ever wore
U.S. is fighting?
you ever wore a uniform? Seriously, I'm not trying to.
I refuse to wear the uniform.
So you never wore a uniform in your
war
life?
resistor. I've been a war.
So you're a shit talker.
To resist the war. To resist the war, you have
you never stood up.
I did.
You never stood up with no cause.
Let's be civilized, man. Let's be civilized, man. She's asking the question.
And when they attacked us, it was okay. They attacked. A bunch of them attacked us.
I want to stay. Do you mind? Can you wait, or do you want to go home? What's that? Well, where is he?
It's not
America, they don't care about anything. I care about both Russians and Ukrainians. The war, and it's
worrying about Russia?
Oh.
Russia has 150 million people, and they're silent. So how you worry about people? Yes, she's speaking on my side, but it's very small percentage. Again,
they need to wake up.
There are in Ukraine more than 200 soldiers, and they're Russian soldiers. They're somebody's brothers and sisters, and they're killing Ukrainians.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt.
Some
I just have to
people,
answer
they
this.
work for Russian's economy to finance Russian army, and you're saying
Nothing against you, the human.
I know that. I know that.
Russian people. My husband is
Larry's coming here.
I'm not
Larry will be
saying
here shortly.
Russia is 150 million people that are watching how their people killing Ukrainians, and they don't do anything. They don't do a shit. It's a shame.
I can't really keep it. When I was 13 years old, we were in the middle of the Vietnam War. That was another way in which the United States
which emerged as the superpower after the Second World War. Before that, Britain was the great empire. Empires grow based on violence. They build up. Do you know?
why you're wrong? No.
Can I finish?
Let's talk one at a time. Let's take it one rather than So let me answer about that. Do you know why you're wrong? And I agree with you. That empire grew through violence. Do you understand that if the United States were the same empire as Britain, as the Ottoman Empire, Canada now will be part of the United States? You agree to that?
No, not at all. Because Canada, to a large extent, is part of the United States. Almost every country on the planet toadies to the United States. The reason we have
when did we expand? When's the last time we expanded? Let's find words of let's agree on something.
Okay.
Let's say we agree on that empire grew with violence. I agree with that. When is the United States?
Right, I'm trying to say.
What do you expect from
Who has the most military bases in the world?
United States.
And forward bases in how many countries?
I think 60 different countries.
180.
No, 60 active. 180. No, that's not. You have to be honest.
No, forward bases. Not all the forward bases in different countries. 180. Mitchell, am I right? 180 forward bases.
But some of them
around the world.
Some of them by the request of those countries.
But those countries, for the most part,
Japan wants us there.
Japan has made an alliance, right? All with this superpower. There were alliances when there was still a Soviet Union. There isn't anymore. It collapsed. NATO, but really, to a large extent, was created to undermine the United Nations by the United States because it wanted to be the superpower. And it's the only superpower, right? Anything in the world, the United States can blow it up. We now, whether it's Julian Assange, whoever it is, you don't have to be an American. The CIA can get special forces, send them anywhere in the world, extract you, and put you on trial here for what? Right? So we're in the belly of the beast. You say it's wonderful to be here, and it is because you and I had the opportunity to talk to one another, and this is a wonderful thing. Because what we're saying, our demonstration...
Side note, I'm not saying the United States is perfect.
No. So we
Okay.
Good. So,
but you have to agree that they're not the devil.
No, I don't believe in devils.
You know what I mean? Let's move forward. But you understand my premise.
I believe like Einstein in relativity. So good and evil is very problematic. Well, evil is the idea that something's all bad as opposed to good, which is all good. I've never met anyone who didn't have a little bit of the saint or sinner, right? So we all have the possibility to realize ourselves and actualize ourselves with love and care for one another. Having said that, this is what I want to say to you, Lloyd. We're at a time now where the vast majority of the resources in the world and here in the United States, where we enjoy the resources of the world more than anybody else, right? We're 5% of the population, we have 25% of the wealth. We extend our power all over the world, and our tax money, over half of it, goes to building more and more and more bombs. Well, our rally today was diplomacy, not war. We don't want to kill. We don't want anybody to be killed.
We agree on the future.
So just one last word, one more sentence, okay? So to make it very simple, we're saying let's do what you and I are doing. Let's jaw, not war. All right? Let's tell each other our names. Let's learn each other's stories. Let's care about ourselves.
I grew up in Israel.
Okay.
And I got conflict coming out.
Were you born there?
And I lived here for 22 years. And I got war coming out of my head. I do not want to be in this. I was in the army. I do not want to wear a uniform. I do not want to have sending my nephews, my kids, whoever to war. I do not want to do it. Why? But not everybody thinks like you or me. Maybe you're wrong, and I think you're wrong, but you don't want war. You don't want killing. I agree to that. Like, we both agree on that. How do we achieve that? Okay, so you say, let's not pick a gun ever and convince the other side. But you have on the other side lunatics and maniacs. You don't have normal people. If this guy, which is a nice guy, I don't know him, would punch you in the face out of the blue.
How are you doing? He wouldn't do that.
No, but I picked that on me. You know what? I'm sorry. I picked on you for no reason.
What's your name?
I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that.
Don't worry about it. I'm Zul.
If we have a conversation and I punch you in the face out of the blue, you can say, you know what, let's talk. If I do it again, you're gonna go, that was rude. At the third time, you're not gonna talk to me, or you're gonna stand your ground, right? If I punch you right now, hypothetically, which I would never do, I would never do that.
And the reason I know that you wouldn't do that is because you spent all those years in Israel, and obviously it broke your heart to be in the army and to see people being hurt, see people being killed. That's not, that's traumatizing, you know?
I'm not traumatized. I'm not traumatized at all.
But you're here now because you could live there and understand. Listen.
Assumption that I'm wrong.
So anyway, when we were children, we were told that land without a
Azov Battalion. What is the Azov Battalion? Because the Russians are saying that the Azov Battalion, that's a Nazi group inside the Ukrainian army.
Why are you saying that?
I'm asking. You can hear your side. That's why I'm here. No. Azov Battalion is a Nazi
Но в каждой стране есть националисты, и хотим
There's no independent media in Russia. There's no independent. People believe Kremlin propaganda.
Well, this particular land right here, Manhattan.
Did I say you're not? I didn't say. I said the Azov Battalion.
No, they didn't. That's a lie. He's not making a mistake. He doesn't have a certain using
just want to understand your point. He's here for and he's asking questions.
Killing Ukrainians the whole day. And the white Europeans came here and they're like, oh, it's our fight. Let us join. I'm not saying
Keep telling you there's no left. We I hope you support Ukraine.
So then what is you're telling me I'm wrong because I'm saying the Lenapian months they didn't fight with other tribes. I'm not saying that. Okay, so however, they never committed genocide.
The solution is to take down the Russian government.
How do you what's genocide? Maybe we don't know what it is. What do you consider a genocide?
The solution is to take down Russian government and to destroy Russian propaganda.
That's what we did in Iran. That's what we did. A lot of people that's what we did. We protested in Ukraine and we overthrew the war. It was Putin's guy. He put it in our country.
That's a German. You know the word genocide.
Yeah, our president.
One last question from the guy, and then I'll let you
So I'm Palestinian, and ever since this conflict started, we have Ukrainian Zionists coming from Ukraine to Palestine, and they're sealing land in the West Bank where I'm from. What is your position?
I never heard about this. I don't believe it.
You can go on
there were a lot of confederated.
Show me.
So
I'm gonna do voice.
I want to know. I want to know if your definition of genocide is the same as mine, so we can continue to argue. So
we're not arguing on the definition. We both have little machines that have the Library of Congress in it, and we're going to agree entirely.
But we can use our head. And we can say, one nation eliminating the majority of the other one.
Not necessarily a nation.
Or people. Okay, so people are
I'm not saying attack.
other groups of
They're
people.
Ukrainian,
Majority.
Zionists,
So
migrated.
if my group of people, which is let's say 100,
my country, Palestine, and they're stealing our land.
He eliminates 90% of me.
I said Ukrainian Zionists.
Committed a
So what does this
genocide.
have to do with the war?
Because they are because in the case
Can I speak? I didn't speak on what. You're trying to come at everybody right now. Number one, a country's getting attacked. They didn't touch anybody in the world.
Okay.
One of the most peaceful countries there is. You're getting attacked by somebody that's fucking times 10 of them. You understand that?
I understand.
So what are you trying to get at asking everybody right here fighting for their country? What are you trying to say?
What I'm explaining, brother.
Palestine and Ukraine have no correlation. You understand? We're protesting so we get our fucking country back.
Okay, and that's fine. I heard that. But at the same time, what the media is not showing you, there are Ukrainian Zionists, not Ukrainians. There's a difference between a Ukrainian, all Ukrainians, and Ukrainian Zionists. There are Ukrainian Zionists.
What are Ukrainian Zionists?
Okay, Ukrainian Zionist is a person that believes that if you're Jewish, you have the right to go to Palestine and take other people's land and kick them out of their house. This has been happening since 1940. Anyway, recently, a lot of Ukrainian immigrants, they come to my country, who are Zionists. Okay? They come and they're stealing land in the West Bank where I'm from, okay? and they come, and the Israeli government gives them Israeli passports, gives them a house or land, doesn't belong to them, and then they come and they build settlements there. So again, I support, let me be clear, I support Ukrainians the right to defend themselves. That's not the question here. The question, how come when other countries like Israel or whatever country, they take in Ukrainian Zionists and they come and they steal the land of my forefathers and my grandfather, my great-grandfather, no one says anything.
But this isn't about anything.
Okay.
This isn't about anything. There hasn't been an invasion like this since World War II. This is the craziest thing there's ever been since World War II.
Okay,
The problem with Palestine, it's big, but it's not big like this. You understand? People are here, so we figure out that problem. Later on, the problems with Palestine will get solved.
Again, I don't have a problem with the Ukrainian people. I have a problem with the Ukrainian Zionists. They're leaving their country.
But this isn't about Zionists. This is about Ukrainian civilians that are getting killed every day.
Did I say I'm for killing?
It doesn't matter, but you're here fighting with everybody. This has nothing to do with you, nothing to do with Palestine. This is Ukraine and Russia. That's it. You're here.
And I think he has the right to ask it. Maybe this is not the right context.
But it's more than
everybody's very.
Listen, everybody here probably has families getting bombed. No offense, I care for Palestine, but we don't care about Palestine right now.
I apologize, but I just wanted to put that out there because the media, I'm not saying Ukrainians are hypocrites.
I'll see him
I'm
stepping
saying that most Ukrainians, specifically both, they travel from Ukraine to Palestine, and then Russia stealing land, stealing their land, and they bomb and kill them, right? So when some Ukrainians, they come to my country and they steal the land of my forefathers, I think that also should be called out. Now, obviously, I'm just asking. That's why I'm asking these questions to you guys. I don't get an opportunity to say Ukrainian every day. This is the only time I came to.
But you understand, we're not here for this.
We're
not here for this, and nobody wants to speak
I apologize.
about that.
Again, I apologize. I'm not here to step on toes.
100%. And I do understand you, and you're standing for your country too, but you have to understand we're here to protect our country.
I'm sorry. I'm just here to educate myself and understand from your perspective, okay? I'm not here to I'm for Russia.
I know, but you're speaking to the women, like, they're not talking about Palestine.
I'm talking to everybody, not just them. I'm talking to everybody.
No, but he spoke about Ukraine all the time. This is just from the
This is the only question. I was talking about Ukraine the whole time, bro.
No, I think it's
Alright? I'm only exposed to the Russian people. That's why I came. I listen to you guys because I never see Ukrainians in my life. I'm being dead ass. You're the first Ukrainians I see in my life. That's why I'm here to hear your side.
Sí, yo también. I hear you, what are we gonna do? There's more here, but nothing crazy like this. That's why
I know. Okay.
We should not even compare like what is big and what is big.
Every human life I see is
always bad. What is always bad.
Not as bad as this.
My last question.
This is the moment to speak about Ukraine.
So let me ask you a question. Does Ukraine want to join NATO?
They only want to join NATO because they're scared. Ukraine can't compete with Russia. It's a small baby like this to somebody that big.
But do you see that this could cause, like, you know, the Cuban Missile Crisis? Okay, America will never allow Russia to influence the Western Hemisphere, from Mexico all the way down to Chile. So do you think that putting nukes there, or Ukraine being part of NATO, will make the situation worse? Because now Russia, they're saying we're there, there's a base.
But there's no need for none of that.
Exactly.
There's no need for none of that. The whole point of this whole protest is that for Russia to stop touching Ukraine.
Exactly.
Ukraine its own country. There's a border, and nobody touches Ukraine. If China came here right now, started bombing New York City,
I'll be against that.
You'll be against
I'll be
it.
the
That's
first one
why
to sign up
everybody's here.
against the Chinese. And I'm for your right to self-determination, right to self-defense.
If China came here attacking America, saying this is give us this land, we're not going to be talking about.
We'll probably
Germany.
kill them, bro. We'll kill them. We'll get rid of them.
That's not the point. I'm saying we're not going to be talking about Germany. We're not going to want to speak about Germany. We're here for America and China. It's the same thing. So that's why these people are here for not to talk about Palestine. They're here to stand to show everybody.
Again, I'm here to ask questions and understand. That's why. Maybe the context wasn't correct.
From what I was hearing, it didn't seem like you're asking questions. It looked like you were going against it. That's it.
Okay, good people. No problem.
Good luck.
Thank you for the education. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes, very much so. Very much.
Because we can all yell at each other, that's fine, but it's important for people outside here. It's important for the media to see this, for leaders to see this, who actually have power to do something.
Like literally.
And
This runs in our blood. Like, that's what people don't understand. Like, we've always had freedom, like, coming in our veins.
What is your name?
James?
I have to go because I can't
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
That's what I usually make next time.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Where everyone can say whatever they want to say. That works so much.
Thank you.
And as somebody from Russia, I stand with Ukraine. Я не боюсь ничего говорить. Я знаю, что люди там боятся. Но нужно верить на будущее, нужно надеяться на лучшее. И те, кто там сейчас, вы здесь, но мы все равно с вами, мы вас поддерживаем. Ничего не бойтесь. И не молчите.
Putin is not Russia.
Stop the war. Stop Putin. 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 Stop the war. Keep your hands off this country. They didn't do anything to you. Save the fucking children. Stop this.
Save the children.
Stop the war.
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 I will be